What's up, bro? Good morning, good morning. We're getting there. Ooh, there it is. The most wonderful things in life are at the moment free, but they were earned on another timeline. Timelines, not so free. Effort put in, well, if you want to reshape the programming, we think of past selves and future selves as a sci-fi event, a movie representation of future meeting self and the recognition and confirmation and all the buttons and whistles that one could desire to recognize that they were thus themselves. That's why it's important to always be yourself and to recognize yourself within others, whether they see that or not. Every moment is a gift of life because love existed behind it to create it. And I have found that the only way to truly win is to lose. What the heck are you talking about, man? You dance in everybody's dance because you're chasing a dream at doing a correct, at righting a wrong. But somewhere down that rabbit hole of human affairs, we get stuck fighting a fight that we just can't get out of. When Daniel walked in, and if I get the people wrong, correct me and I love you and all that good stuff. Daniel walked into that den of lions. Lions. Man walked in amongst lions and came out alive. They didn't say he killed them. They didn't say he was a gladiator. He walked amongst them. He survived them. He somehow communed with what one would seem as a predator to be, hungry and plenty, willing, able to eat a plenty. He didn't play the game. He didn't enter and engage his environment as the spectacle they wanted him to. He didn't change who he was in that environment. In the accounts of old, they teach us time and time again of how a man's faith led him straight, no matter what, led him straight to his goal, and his goal was his connection to divinity, or her, depending on what story you're looking at or from part of the world. And truly, this allows us to run the race of life. And any good runner knows they're not running against the person next to them, they're racing against themselves. They truly are racing against themselves. That's how they find betterment, because they're putting all that energy into themselves. They're transforming it into that loving energy. They're not trying to hurt somebody or think how to slow somebody down or spending their time or energy looking back over their shoulder. I want to say thank you. Thank you for your appreciation and thank you for your love. And there are events in motion that are going to ripple into positive effects in this world. And the wonderful thing, the wonderful thing about water is, you see, there's lots of memory in it. Duval. I really appreciate interacting with people, and when I say interacting, I mean being a brother to somebody, learning from somebody. I love culture. I love understanding. I love learning faith. It's in these commonalities that we find our unity worldwide, coming together on a spectrum that people have limited from us. Everybody has a strong ability. Everybody has a fine um, aspect of tools they can use in this life. Everybody's good at something. Everybody's an expert at something. And so, in my searching through various religions, cultures, ways of life, I found there's the surface level of studying something. You can read as many books as you want to, as old as the books are, and then you can start living it with a family, with people from that area who carry those values. And to me, learning somebody's culture is like visiting my family, visiting some lost family, or some cousins I didn't haven't seen in a long time. That's where it's like I love the fact that I can have my version of the way I like things, but I also respect the Hindu and the Indian and Durga and the Japanese and just across the board. I can see everything for them strong suits. And let me just say what I want to say without kind of bullshitting around. And the fact is that look, one group of people, they got heart. They know how to put heart into things. Okay, they can put heart into anything, even something failing. But the other one, who's got like the motherfucking keys to the thrones of the kingdom, they lack heart. They lack heart because there's other motivations in place, not things of the own individual that's like bad or anything of that marker. No, 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 not anything like that. But I've learned to take the best feats from every single culture I found and to put those together to see them as complements and to unite them as a whole, because I see a day in our past where there was a vast different amount of us, even more that's on this earth currently, of culture and styles and systems and beliefs and all of this sort. And somehow we lived in harmony. Somehow it was okay. He was like, yo, this is my family. What's up? These my ancestors. What's your ancestors? Yeah? That's their names? Okay, I'm gonna write them down. Oh, that one sounds like my bro over here. Yeah, he probably get along with that one. The world was connected. We talk about a World Wide Web, and we got a World Wide Web here, connected video to chat and everything, and live streaming and all of it. And the fact is I believe that this world we can be not just in the past, but we can be a community connected on that web to where if somebody's heart is stringing in distress, everybody in the collective know it, and that energy being sent, whether that person's personally known or not. God is powerful. And God can only live through our unity, through our coming together, not by trying to make somebody believe as I believe, but to recognize that the values they've learned are the same values that my ancestors taught me. Fucking respect, bro. Let's jam. That's the mentality, that's the heart, that's the life I've been leading. And usually I'm not direct with my words. Usually I'm on that kind of level in public or talking to people or whatnot. But there's a way to be passionate about life, but yet not go overboard with it at the same token. There's a structure in which you can take things to the limits and not break the things in your surroundings. You can learn the boundaries of things, and it's kind of like basketball or soccer or any other sport for that matter. You got out of bounds. But if you didn't know where the out of bounds was, if you didn't know where the boundary was, you didn't know how far you could fucking maneuver. You didn't know you had some maneuvering room. You didn't know you had some options because we saw something closer, more confined in. So there's boundaries. Testing is seeing and respecting and really utilizing one's free nature to express themselves in a good, wholesome manner at the edge of the boundary. That's how we bring the future about, like hospitably, kindly, happily. We don't have to fight. We don't have to fight. It doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to go down like that. We have the choice. We do. It's in each and every single person's hands and abilities to do so. Anyways, I've been rattling off enough. I think I'm gonna do some reading. Unless anybody has any pertinent questions or good comment material, I'll be happy to respond to that for sure. A joint rolls this guy. Motherfucker, that's a great comment, bro. Puff, puff, pass on that. How do we heal? Alright, good question. How do we heal is a longer question than guy or girl. Alright, the left portion of your brain is feminine, the right portion of your brain is masculine. They have different types of polarities. By the synchronicity of your breathing, depending on what you're emotionally feeling, is going to create the trance state that you're in. You need to deactivate one portion of the brain to activate the other portion. Then you reactivate both of them at one time, and they connect and harmonize. And so you bring your masculine and your feminine into balance, into harmony, and that's when you get your onk. That guy right there, that thing. Because you've essentially, your cross is just two penises touching each other. So your feminine, your intake, right? And your masculine, that phallus, and the crossroads in the middle allows you to ascend and descend on what is commonly referred to as Jacob's ladder of heaven and hell, so as to gain wisdom from heaven and bring it down to earth and share it with humans in action and do it and lead by example. Boy or girl, both. Male parts. I was born a boy, stayed a boy. I wouldn't chop nothing off, anything like that. And I'm a boy. Into chicks, straight, whatever. If you're just um, how do we heal? That's a good one. That's actually a pretty strong question. You heal by cutting you straight, plain out answer. I am bullshitting. Cut out everybody and all that love you got to give or all that anger you got. It's time for you to sort it out. It's time for you to heal yourself. All the love you've been giving to somebody else, you need to give it to yourself. All that anger you've been feeling, go take a gondong fight training class or something and work that shit out of you. Move that emotion because the emotion is keeping you stagnant in your activity, which is repetitious like Groundhog Day. Then, number two, you fold your cards. Whatever your current situation, fucking done with it. I'm done with it. Would you have involved in it? Go ahead, take the winnings. Fuck it. You wanted the kid? You know what? There's a story in the Bible, and two ladies were fighting over a child. So the king said, cut the mug in half. And the real mother said, go ahead and let the other one have it. She cared more about the life of that child than trying to fight for it. So just fold your cards. If somebody wants to fight for a life, goddamn, then let them beat them. Fold your cards and let them fucking win. Because winning in the spirit means you ain't not storing nothing for the earth. You storing where no moth or rust can consume, up where God's realm is, alright? And he gonna collect one day, cause he sent karma on your ass. And see, karma came around and said, wait, somebody hurt you? You didn't do anything back. No spite. You hurt yourself. Damn. Nobody else. Huh. Interesting. Weird. Karma comes back. Fuck, well, hi, I'm back. Same kind of thing. Interesting. Checks it all out. Yeah, that's going on again. Fuck. Interesting. Well, this happens again and again and again and again and again. And what are you doing? You're pouring your motherfucking heart out in tears. You're fucking angry as shit. You go and taking the training fighting class, rage fucking therapy, what the fuck ever. You're working the energy out. Maybe you're laughing it all out. Whatever the heck you're doing. You're working the energy out of you in a healthy mannerism that's not hurting anybody. I said fight training, like a kung fu place, and you tell the master, look, I'm trained, I need to get this stuff out of me. I'll just get this, can you tell me how to do some stuff? What the heck ever? You'll find your recipe. Okay. Then step two, you fold your cards, you give up, fucking let them fucking win. And then you put all them chips of healing into yourself, all this attention's going into yourself, all this energy's going into yourself. You're collecting everything, all the pain, all the sorrow, all the happiness, all the memories. You're absorbing it all. Why? Because everyone else who's busy winning with the fucking objects in their hands is throwing away all the precious memories of the shit that they did, the dirty, ugly stuff they don't want to stomach. Throwing it into nothingness. That's a whole lot of energy if you didn't know. It's a whole lot of mofo energy. Right. Now I got all that energy in me. What do I want to do with it? How could I smack the face of my enemy the hardest to where it's gonna ring to the next few generations? You make your plan in the dark. Your heart is your guide from the start. Because when you're working with God, when you're working with divine source, you don't need me. You don't need no building. You need your heart, which is true from the start. You need to give up on this material fucking game that you got. They got you sucked up in like they had me sucked up in. That's why I threw my cards down, folded my hand. Go ahead and take it all. Is it Job? Was it Job? Was Job the one who lost everything? Was that the one? I get my people mixed up sometimes, man. But man, everything was taken from him. But somehow at the end, he wound up with a dang good piece of bit. What we storing up in heaven is the blueprint that is being encoded to create the reality for the future. You can save the life of one, or you can bow out of the 1-to-1 ratio of savior to victim, okay? Or bow out the fuck out of that. Let them win. They wanted it, they fought it, they weren't in agreement, they weren't into it. Become who you're meant to be. How do we heal? By discovering your own heart and who you're meant to be. Because when you discover who you're meant to be and nobody else is around to distract you, nobody else is around to bring you down, no other motherfucking clown is dancing or singing sound to entangle you, to distract you from your heart, that you remember who you were at the beginning of this life before society indoctrinated you, traumatized you, and threw you into some fucking system that brainwashed you into the way we're living today. There's a way to bring the old systems of the ancients, of our ancestors, into the modern reality. There's a gap for that. And I'm not saying you gotta be like me. You gotta discover who you are, and that means your journey. Your journey's your own. When an individual's on their journey, they're recording information, they're writing down information, they're taking notes. They're not judging it. That's poisonous. That kills things. That grows when you water it. Different classifications, detailed analysis, observation of our environment. I don't know about you, but there's this asshole trait, and it just seems to exist in everybody. Heck, even me. I try not to let it out much. And other people, man, it just flows out like there's no stopper to it. Them floodgates, that damn was like busted out, and it's just that's all it is. It's just an essence of being, of our culture, of our nature that still is in existence to say, hey, y'all still got some work to do. Smooth your shit out. But I mean, wrap it up all in a nutshell. You heal by focusing on yourself, by discovering your own heart. That's how you can become the art, that God, that creator, that verse, that vibration, that what you are beyond any human's influence, you've discovered that again. You discovered that. And that opens up your life. That opens up you being able to live and inspire others by just being who you are. Boo! People get on there and they're like, "You scared me." Boo! I thought this, you might think this is funny or not, but like, hey, boo. Like you'd be like, hey, boo, how you doing, right? And then you'd be like, for Halloween, boo, right, to scare you. And so I never did this, but I had the idea. I was like, I'm gonna change my name to Boo, because it's however you see me. Whether it's like, yo, hey, boo, or boo, I have to scare you, or I'll be your best friend, however you see me. But I've never been one to scare people. I've never been one to be up for those things. My mom, she had a bad heart. Um, I forget nitrous. It's not nitrous in the car, but they're tiny little pills. And if your heart like stops or something, you take it and it jump starts your heart. And they're little tiny pills. My mom, she had a vial that she'd carry it with her everywhere because she had a heart thing. And so like real early in life, I stopped trying to scare her, which meant I stopped trying to scare anybody, really. Not trying to scare. But demons, demons are supposed to be scarier than humans, right? And they can hit you from some other realm that you can't exactly reach, right? And so we dress up on Halloween to look real scary to scare away the demons. So that the next night, or the one after, I get them kind of mixed up, but you got All Saints and whatnot, but you scare them off because essentially you got your ancestors coming, their souls are coming back, so you scare all the nasty, scary stuff off so your family can come around and hang out. I found out humans are kind of scarier than demons, though, and dressing up works for them too. And if you're dressing up every day, then you understand that costuming doesn't last. I gotta make this shit. This you can't just fall apart on me here. This gotta be like no fucking wardrobe dysfunction going on here. Like malfunction. You know what I'm saying? Like remember the old events in the past on TV and whatnot. Exactly. Uh, Defeat elites. Thanks. If you're still around, they said take care, so they might be gone already. Actually, fair enough question, Sam Cook. Said, does the water in the shower damage any of what you're wearing? I feel like it'd be hard to take it all off. Okay, exactly. So, when you're on this journey, times two, when you're on this journey, eventually like, in the beginning you get the bracelet and they're kind of like stretchy, you know? And like you can slide it on and off, right? That stretchy stuff gonna break. It ain't gonna hold up. So I wore mine till they broke and whatnot. And when I put mine back together, I tied them up with yarn. Now, on the shower side of things, now I used to have a bunch of yarn braided necklaces, bunch of heavy yarn braided necklaces, and I was noticing a couple of them smelling a little kind of bad, and actually, I don't even wear them anymore. I think they're in the trash or in the pile of stuff I'm not going to ever really use, but just haven't tossed out yet to chew up. And so that was a failed construct, and so that's when I really went to doing like I did around my bracelets, and I went ahead and used the yarn to go through the beads, and in that mannerism, it seems like they're able to dry out. That kind of thing doesn't happen. And the yarn's pretty darn strong. It seems to be holding up for, well, 6 plus months. But depending on the environment, I used to be a dishwasher for a time, and I had a good amount of bracelets, and they started breaking because of the constant hot water and, I mean, hours of dishwashing just over and over and over. And then I was like, you know what, I can't do this dishwashing thing because it's taking all my stuff off, and it's not what I'm up for. So, mm, good, but solid question. Learn trial and error until you find something that's going to be very stable and last and be enduring, so that by the time it actually does wear down to break out, well, it's time for a change. It's time to go through that process and just in case a frog. I think that's what the name is. There's an X where the O is, but it says a frog. What do you do for work? Uh, uh, in the vein of context of work that you're considering, I bowed out. I was mentioning earlier, I folded my cards. I let the world win. There, you got everything. You got everything. You want anything else? You want some blood? I shit. What else you want? I'll give it to you. I don't care. I'm done though. I bow out. You win. And when I did that, I decided to actually put faith beyond money. Because there's a scripture in that Bible. I started out as a Christian for 28 years, born and raised. No bad ill will or nothing like that. Values I still maintain, and a bunch of other stuff I don't do at all. And it said God will provide everything you need. Don't you worry about anything roof or anything bird. You're worth much more than a bird, and God makes sure the birds eat. Don't you worry about nothing. And so I had this moment in my life, and I'm not a hypocrite. I'm not a hypocrite. And that moment came up in my life where I felt an emotion that I had not fucking. I felt something that I don't normally I don't register. I never dealt with this before, and it popped up to me, and I remember that scripture, and I said, "Motherfucker," I said I didn't say that, but I said God. I said, all right. I said, God, I folded. You said to shake the dust off of my feet and keep walking. You said to trust in you. I've been doing that. I've been following you. My mom died. Everybody kicked me out. I'm living in the woods. I'm doing what you want. So I'm starting to worry about life. This is not my nature. And you said to put my burdens on you, and you will provide everything I have. So, candidly, I'm gonna give this a go. I'm a man on my journey, just so you know. And if this don't work, I'll return to the 9 to 5. I'll go do the thing I know how to do, and I'll go back to that life and all those kind of things. Otherwise, otherwise, I'm gonna keep following you. And that was in 2014. And somehow, some way, from all my dreams of the past, all the things I lost in the past, to everything that my life has accomplished, seen and witnessed, tasted and heard, I am who I am every single day of my life. Whether I got paid for it or not is beside the point. I strive every single day to bring heaven on earth and to help people see how divine they truly are and the magic they work on a regular basis. And finding some family in this world is much more worth my time, my effort, and anything else than building some rich man's dream. I'd rather work for my neighbor, love my neighbor, than slave for a master. That's what I learned from my king. And so, on that accord, like, I appreciate donations and stuff. I've got my GoFundMe linked on the main portion of my channel. Um, but I haven't even monetized YouTube because it's not the money that I'm after. I appreciate having a roof over my head and food in my stomach, and you know, I ain't putting nothing on nobody. I ain't trying to do nothing. May you become who you're meant to be by seeing your divinity, by grasping your liberty, not by fighting their fight, but creating a new world together. How do we create a new world together? We harmonize. We bring community back. I don't know about you, but for me, I remember when the whole family came together for Taco Tuesday, and that was a regular thing for years and years and years and years and years. And you know, we get together and have outside and do our thing and fucking watermelon, whatever the fuck we guys. It's just family picnics. And there's a big part of that essence where there's a lot of people missing that. And people are trying to make strides with it, but it's like for just the family. And anything that gets too big, then you gotta pay for things. It gets all weird, and somebody's gotta control things. It just lost its originality, its authenticity. It lost its. It became marketed. It became a product. And like products are good, don't get me wrong on that, but in all of our advancements, remembering how to heal, remembering that it's not about curing somebody's illness, but helping them believe that anything is possible, to give them the experiences of life that give them encouragement, the ability of self-reliance, saying and experiencing, you know what, I could do that. I did that. I can do that. I can I can survive that in the future. And to know that you can survive something, that gives you a little bit of positive confidence. You know what, you can survive. If it comes across your plate, ultimately you can handle this. You got this. It's when we don't know our environment. It's when somebody was pretending to be our friend and then all of a sudden they do something and they completely go off on us. It's just people we've tried to explain ourselves to a zillion different ways, but they just don't get it. Because you know what? They lied. They did get it. They just, nah, denial. Just denial. Just denial. Just denial. So you explain it so many different ways, so many different forms, and they're still not getting it because they did get it. You're being lied to. It's not your inability to explain things. They're a very intelligent person. They fucking get it. They're not happy that you're starting to get it. When that moment starts happening, if you're following here, when that moment starts happening, they start paying attention to you like a motherfucking eagle, right? They're staying far away. They're listening and they're looking. This is when I change things up. Now that I have your attention, here's the fine message. And it's not my words, and it's not anything I say directly, but it's every fucking aspect of my entire existence, every single day, day in and day out. I am in your fucking grill, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm a part of life, motherfucker, and I'm respecting every ounce of it from the bottom to the top. Look and watch a sane savage walk amongst your civilized world, and let me welcome the day when my family walks as freely as I have been guided to do. A lot of people think or wonder if this is a show or a program, if this is for real. Consistency is the anchor in their reality. If you can help people see that God shines even at a pinpoint of a degree within themselves, there's a seed that just got put in that body, in that mind. You can't surgically remove this. Just fucking enjoy the music. You can step back. I truly do believe a gajillion percent as I have received, communicated, and otherwise is within my system. That Jesus, Yeshua, the dude, whatever you want to call him, I like to call him the dude. He was an ascended master. A lot of details not recorded and shared on the mainstream. The dude. The dude said, he said, when I come back, he said, before I come back, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be like, yo, I'm this dude, I'm him, I'm him, I'm him, I'm him. He's like, that's not me yet. Hold on, hold on. Because as his energy, as his vibration is entering this atmosphere, as the dude's energy is entering this atmosphere, people around the world are like literally feeling the first waves of that energy coming in. You think his presence, you think you just see the dude's presence, and like you're like, oh wow, he's there. You feel that shit. There's symptoms to that, bro, sis. There's symptoms. Anybody knows there's symptoms to something arriving. There's effects. And how many years ago? Not too many years ago. And even into today, a lot of people they claim to be him. I am not him. I may be some Egyptian, but I'm not him. But that's why people would be feeling his presence, because these people were striving to learn how to connect with their father, with their own father. The dude said, he said, "You're my brother." Well, if you're my brother, then we got the same father, right? And if you my brother, then that means there must be so many others and a mother, right? Like a fam? That's what we're talking about. That fam is, they got all types of names and styles and likes and abilities. Some people call that the family of God. I surely do believe his second return was not a singular individual returning, but it was the Christos consciousness state of being, the third state of man's evolutionary being that would actually go global. It would just go global. That would go global. Before it was one, now it's a zillion. Boom. And we're in the beginning stages of that actually happening and unfolding, and that's why we're seeing particular events happen in this world. That's why this timeline with the arrival of particular meteors, planetary alignments, and other things, whether you're familiar with it or not, if you did the information and the research, and there's so many things are properly aligned and timed on all of these things happening. When the Divine Father is working, one thing I've noticed is a fact. If I'm not helping, get out the way. But for many of us, we've been learning how to do better things and help more as much as we can and giving the best of ourselves every day at every moment. And people take, and that's that. Rinse and repeat. So the Divine Father certainly has connected with his children that the Divine Mother has brought back together. She found so many of her lost children that one could not find by themselves. This work is too great for one individual. Man capitalized on an essence that the one at the top wins. If there's one at the top and they ain't communicating to the bottom, then it's all just going to crash eventually. The one at the top is the scout. They can see far, they can observe, they're taking in information. And they know how to help and support every single aspect because they built and were a part of the construction of every portion of that gaining to where they were to be able to see. If the people at the bottom are not loved and cared for and their families are not provided for, then everything falls apart. The whole world falls apart because people aren't taken care of. And I say this regularly, but I look forward to a miraculous day where every single human in this world has a roof over their head, food in their stomach, and access to clean water without cost, without debt, without signing up for something. You don't have a home. You have no home. Now we follow you and find you at another home, you're gonna be fucked up. You understand that? You don't, no home. Oh, come on, this is your new home. You live right here. You're good. And food, grocery store, community grocery store right down there. It's free. You don't have to pay nothing. You take what you need. Grocery store's right down the block. You don't need to store a bunch. We can learn some balance rather than supply and demand disaster and immediate of overabundance, or something just goes crazy wild and it shuts the whole world down because one thing has to go through, or some crap like that that we've experienced in the past, where somebody has to suffer in order something else to prosper. That's not like good trade of balance. That's not. If we're talking about an exchange ratio of energy, I mean converting energy, matter and energy, all that kind of stuff, like converting and whatnot. That 1-to-1 ratio is pretty shitty, man. That's no good. We gotta do something better than that. Gotta do better than what we've been doing. If we want to sail to the stars, that's great. Let's be technologically advanced, but let us do this when there are no humans in need and poverty. When that's been abolished, then may we ascend to the stars like never before. I'm not telling anybody that they should stop their dream or anything like that. I'm not saying that the world should stop anything. I mention things as my heart just feels about them. I'm just talking. I'm just sharing information. I'm just a voice saying things that some hearts really want to speak up and say. I ain't saying you should do my ideas, and I am telling you every single day, don't follow me. Follow your heart. Don't follow anybody. Follow your heart. Because other people are going to look out for their own interest. Your heart is going to look out for your interest. It's going to take care of you. I was fortunate enough to have a loving mother who valued my heart and truly looked out for me at every single moment of my life. The rest of my family, well, things are a different matter, and I'll just leave it where that is. I'm not going to go into any details there. Teach their own on their choice of actions. All help me to move on with mine. People left me out of their decision making, and they kept information from me so that I did not have. I was stuck. I was limited in my decision making because, well, what I was being told was not matching reality. I did not know my boundary. My boundary was much further. I thought I was had much less space to move within. I cannot have the responsibility of anybody, how they feel, but I can do my utmost to prevail in all that my mother taught me and all that I learned from goodness, from the Bible to Hindu scriptures to people who taught me things. I have no clue where it came from, but it came from somewhere. It came from family, it came from history, it came from ancestors. Every aspect of life has given me another understanding of how somebody sees the world. Now, here's where a cool thing comes in. This is how you're able to combine that into what you know of how to conquer your own environment. How do you conquer your environment? Environment being people, people leaving the ensealments of bad memories, whatever they amount, however all that goes. Well, my my spirit wants to take a massive derailed left and go somewhere else. Says I got something else I want to talk about. Can we just change this one? Sure, of course. I'm Michelle Williams. Yes. How do you cope with your environment or people? Okay, look. They got you playing a game. They got you emotionally connected to some fucking crap that doesn't even matter to you. You remember why you got that job? Why you entered that environment? Did you go there looking to make friends? Did you go there looking to entangle with people's problems? You wanted to make a buck because you needed to save your family, yourself, pay some bills, take care of that. Let them win their game. Let them win. The Divine Father doesn't hear you at first. The Divine Mother does. She hears you crying. Divine Father, he's busy taking out battles with demons, motherfucker. He's worse than those kind of mugs. Divine Father, he's busy. He is the knight in some dirty armor, grueling where nobody else wants to be grueling to take out the ugliest of the ugly. He is not in a state to be hearing you or come to your rescue. He got bigger fish to fry. Sadly, he do. The Divine Mother hears you crying, and that's when she gets her eye on you. And when the Divine Mother gets her eye on you and she hears your soul crying and she sees you're not fighting back, fuck, you lost, that's fine. What the Bible say? What the book say? Of the most religion all the way around, what the dude say? He said, dust off your feet. If you ain't wanted, dust off your feet and move on. They give you something bad, turn the other cheek, dust off your feet and move on. Psst. How many times we gotta be told something until we do it? I chose to do it. I chose to bow out of the human game, and I decided to go the divine route and say, you know what, God, you said you were going to take care of me and you knew what I needed. I'm living in the woods right now because I dusted my feet off and turned the other cheek. When I turned the other cheek, I kind of walked the other direction too. I mean, I didn't stick around anymore. And, well, if you guide me, I'll follow that. And he told me my compass was my heart. Told me to follow my heart. Even sent people to me at various stages, at various points in my life, and people come up to me, and I already be doing it already every day. Like if you knew me, if you came hung out with me, you already know. But these people come up to me and they would be like, "Be who you are." Well, I will, and I am. Thank you. Like, and so like, it's it's be who you are is follow your heart. What does your heart want? Your heart wants your mouth to say certain things, and your mouth does not like certain things. But by popular opinion, by you saying that, you're going to get some bad attention, right? You're not going to be the favored one no more. Heck, you might even lose your job. If it was that bad that you couldn't even speak your own mind of what your heart felt, of course you were in a shitty place. And guess what? You were surrounded by shitty people. And that's why your life was pretty shitty in a shitty city. You don't win. My mom, she taught me. She told me over and over and over, she asked me, who wins a shit slinging contest? Nobody. If you participate, you got shit on you. You smell like shit. You lost. Don't participate. Don't join in that. By following that advice, that allowed me to create a completely new environment of wherever I go, of every moment of who I am, able to transform at will if I choose to into that or this or that, or focus into that, and that is who I am. Why? Because I've experienced life. I have so many memories. Who are my role models? My family. All these beings people will call gods. I see that they embodied a frequency, a state of being that allowed them to invent a technology and transform their state of consciousness and awareness to that as something as powerful as a hawk, okay, or otherwise. Mankind, they flawed. And the further and further and further you get down a copy of something, it changed. You ever heard of that telephone thing where a person tells the next person and that person tells the next person what they heard, and on and on and on and on? If you haven't, from the first thing told to the first person all the way to the end, it's always something completely different. Completely different message that was heard. The retelling of the original story has been done so many times that the details are spliced up, confused, and everywhere else. Though there are those that are living the journey, and they don't look like a knight in shining armor. Because God's looking for people who are humble, not you who bows out of the fight. They're looking for you to be in a state of need so that somebody can come and help out God. He can find out who people are without having ever fucking been the wiser. We're representatives for the divines, we're their embodiments. They choose us. They created us. They are creators, and we are creators because our parents are creators. Actually, Zool13, this, your comment, you said one should find out who they are. And I'll just stop right there. And I'll jump towards the last word you said. Maybe. One should find out who they are first. Yes. Yes. A big portion of finding out who I am was finding out that, you know what, I thought I wanted that in life, but I actually didn't like the experience. You ever done that? Got something, bought something, did something, man, you've been planning for it, waiting for it, and you got it, and it did not turn out to be all that sweet. By finding out what one doesn't like, by having what they thought they liked, that really does assist one. That assisted me. That assisted me in being able to realize what to walk away from before people even realized that I was walking away. So people be like, boom. That's why I just end things. I just end the live stream. I had one time somebody chatted back. They were like, did your power die? Did your phone die? Or something like that. And somebody else had commented back, and I appreciate the person that did. And they were like, no, he just ends it real fast. Like that's just the way he ends his things. Because that's the way I'm done with life. When I'm done, I'm done. I'm walking out. I'm taking off. I'm not used to people coming around saying, hey, let's chat or whatever. I'm like, shit, fuck, like. I'm just gonna go going because I wound up sticking around. I wound up hanging around, and then nobody comes chat with me. I have people freaking staring me out the wazoo, but nobody comes talk to me. Well, shoot, I might as well just go home and do my thing. I was there for what I needed to do. Blah blah blah, all that good stuff, and I'm out. I guess I can work on that. I guess I will. Not. I guess I will work on that. I will work on that. I will work on a better exit. That would be proper. People cannot understand the mind of a god because all they can do is study myth. But when you choose to embody these energies, and I'm not talking about with any false sense of pride or anything like that, but when one is on the shamanic path at an advanced stage of their development of their shaman initiatic trials, they will become aware that they are connected with more than just ancestors. It's a continual growth thing if you decide to jump onto it. And there is a degree where one becomes aware that they start working with other entities. From dark to light, from human to lost souls, all of it there and in between. Because we are learning how to utilize the technology, the biology that is so advanced that all we gotta do really is sleep and it's gonna rebuild itself. Put some crystals around it and activate those with some soundables and sound. You're gonna start resonating some harmonics that are actually gonna cause the body to be a lot healthier. Why? Because bad things can't survive in those harmonics. Huh. You know, people tell me to repent, but I found out that if you repentacostal, well, it's all good. I meant no offense to anybody. things happen, man. If I can't joke about my own self, if I can't joke about my dad, if I can't joke about something, then I just might be taking life too darn seriously. Just too darn seriously. Too much heart can truly blind the other senses. Too much of any one sense can truly blind all the others, man. Being able to roll, you never know what's going to come from within, without. Times of the seasons. But one thing we can have a regular effect on is our environment, the environment of our mind. That's what meditation is for. So nobody can chase you. That's how you can resonate with knowing who you are, like that comment was mentioned earlier, to know who you are. Know who you are first. First is my input on their words. Because if you know who you are, then you won't get yourself confused with someone else. When you get those thoughts and there's impulses, and you're like, should I do this? Should I not do this? Should I do this? Should I not do this? Should I do this? Should I not do this? That's not you trying to decide between two things. There has been outside influence that has essentially influenced your heart, and your heart's like, I want this. And you're like, but everybody wants this, and this is how I fit in. If you want to get into heaven, like, at least kind of currently, like, don't fit in so much. Last time I checked, the dude did not die to say be a slave and be a follower and someone else will lead you. He was trying to get everybody to wake up to where his mind was already, where his heart was already, so that they'd be where he is. And that's why I said, look, you don't get it right now, but you'll understand later, because you're going to grow. And when you do, you'll put it together just like I did. And then you're going to know once and for all, it don't look like anybody else thought it was going to look, because it's got your touch on it. It's got your flavor, it's got your personality, it's got your trait, it's got your family ancestry imprinted in the mug. That's the signature on the painting after God got done with it. And the way to truly grasp onto that is to stop with the mental involvement of winning and gaining whatever they got. I used to think this regularly, and it impacted my reality in the moment. Do they go home with me? Heck no. Do they sleep in my bed? Heck no. Then I don't care. I have no care what they have to say. No care. A true loving mother, father, a person who is giving constructive criticism is certainly going to season it with much salt, much, they're going to say it just correctly, and you're already going to know. They ain't going to have to do nothing else. Boom. They put the seed in, you let it grow. They'll water it from time to time, but that watering's mainly your job. You got to get that mug to grow. Namaste, Earth Angel. All right. All right. I think we all on the same level at this point. Okay, boom. I'm gonna leave that kind of talk off. Now, I got some advanced stuff to share. Hey, Earth Angel, would you of pick a number between 1 and 861 and type it in the chat log if you don't mind, Earth Angel. 798. Alright. I'm starting on page 797 as the preceding paragraph is there and continues on to the next page, but I'm going to read that page at least. So follow as you can and apply as one relates. The intention of God was, when he created the world, that his creatures should recognize his existence. Therefore, he created evils to afflict them withal when they should sin, and light and blessing to reward the just. And therefore, man necessarily has free will and election, since good and evil are in the world. And these kings died, says commentary, because the condition of equilibrium did not yet exist, nor was Adam Kadmon formed male and female. They were not in contact with what was alive, nor had any root in Adam Kadmon, nor was wisdom which outflowed from him their root, nor did they connect with it. For all these were pure mercies and most simple love, but those were rigorous judgments. Whence face looked not toward face, nor the father toward the mother, because from her proceeded judgments, nor macroprosospos towards microprosospos. And regnorum, the last numeration, was empty and inane. It has nothing to itself, and as it were, was nothing, receiving nothing from them. Its need was to receive love from the male, for it is mere rigor in judgment, and the love of rigor must temper each other to produce creation and its multitude above and below. For it was made to be inhabited, and when rigorous judgments rule in it, it is inane because its processes cannot be carried on. Wherefore the balance must needs be instituted, that there might be a root above, so that judgments might be restored and tempered, and live and not again die. And seven confirmations descend, and all things become in equilibrium, and the needle of the balance is the root above. In the word Yezariah says the Numeratica Kabbalistica denotes the Kether, Hargerma and Birna and Gardula, Gebura and Teparath, and thus Vol is beauty and harmony. The man is Harkema, the eagle Birna, the lion Gardula, and the ox Gebura, and the mysterious circle is thus formed by the Sohar and all the Kabbalists. Michael and the face of the lion are on the south and the right hand, and the letter Yod and water. Gabriel in the face of the ox on the north, and the left hand with the first of the tetragrammaton and fire. Uriel in the face of the eagle on the east, and forward with the air, and Raphael and the face of the man on the west, and backward with the last and earth. In the same order, the four letters represent the four worlds. Rabbi Shimon ben Yorchai says that the four animals of the mysterious chariot, whose wheels are Netzat, and Hor, are the Gedula, whose face is the lion's, Gebora with that of the ox, Tefarath with that of the eagle, and Malakoth with that of man. The seven lower Sephiroth, says the Arsh Nezaf, will represent seven metals: Gedula and Gembora, silver and gold; Tefarath, iron; Netzarch and Hor, tin and copper; Yasur, lead; and Malakoth will be the metallic woman and morn of the sages, the field wherein are to be sowed with seeds of the secret minerals, to wit, the water of gold. But in these such mysteries are concealed as no tongue can utter. Yeah, Sam Cook. Sam Cook was mentioning some things. Um, I agree with you, bro. I try to keep an eye on as much as I can, and as much as I can, a positive environment for everybody as much as possible. I've been to too many events and too many things, and it's like, I don't know, it's whoever's leading it or whatever, or whoever set it up or whatever. Like they let bad things happen, and then like the wrong person always winds up suffering the injustice. in some form or whatever, generally. And so that's why I consistently like encourage people to do their own thing rather than join other people. Like, follow your heart. Your heart's gonna help you realize who you are. Finding out who you are is gonna find out. Yeah, it's gonna be your purpose because people are gonna resonate with that. They're gonna come up to you. They're gonna ask you questions. You're gonna make friends out of nowhere. And I say this before, and kind of feel like a broken record sometimes at this point. But man, going out and making friends in this world is possible. It's not just possible. There's great odds of it that happen on that level, man. Dude, the other day I was watching something on TV, and like, there's just junked up stuff going on in the world, and war, all that junk. I don't want to focus on that, but I'm like, I literally made this comment. I'm not gonna say who or the people or whatever, but like, I was like, man, if it wasn't for all that junk going, take all that junk and put it to the side. That'd be really cool to live over, like to live with them and like hang out, like learn their culture, just like I've done other places. It'd be really cool to get to know like the customs, the way people are, and just every day they seem like a cool people. Just because the way one person is doesn't mean nobody else doesn't love or have some compassion and stuff like that. It's usually the ones that got more power. They make the worst decisions ever. I think we should learn from that as a species. Pretty intelligent. We can notice bad behaviors and, the kind of results that repeat from them. Scientists are a thing. Huh, that'd be interesting. I ain't saying to do it or anything, but it just kind of populated it in my mind. You know how they have science that studies weather patterns? It's not an exact science, but we're studying patterns and we're like, hmm, and then that happens. Hmm, and then that happens. I think if you're running for political office, and you do anything on that nature, you should have a team of 3 scientists watching you like a hawk and studying your pattern of behavior, of communication, all that shit. Kind of responsibility they have in holding and everything. Man, they more powerful than the motherfucking weather. Screw a tornado coming in, some wrong decision they made, and a bunch of people lost their house. Just saying. It's good to observe things. Healthy to observe things. Patterns are patterns. If I see 1, 2, 3 results here, 1, 2, 3 results there, 1, 2, 3 results there. Well, when it happens, the fourth, fifth, I already know what's going to happen. I'm going to stop it at 1. I'm not going to 2 and 3. I'm not going there. If you were so interested on going to 2 and 3, then I'm not going to be around. Wherever it is, I'm gone. I don't care. I'm gone. We seek a divine connection, and yet, as much as we fight in this world, we lose. You think if God was so successful on planet Earth, like, it'd be called like God's heaven on earth or something? Like, when you have something that's like still going from thousands of years back. Man trapped your innate ability to transform at will and become the solution to any problem, to fix anything. Sometimes, and a lot of times, that happens by being still for a moment. waiting for a pause before reacting, choosing to say, I'm not going to react, I'm going to re strategize in the moment. You know, like a team that's playing against another team, and the coach is like, yo, they're running this other strategy. Guys, huddle up, timeout, come, bring it in. Okay, we're going to change it up. I know we've been focused on this, but that's what we're going with. Team already knows. Like, I don't need to hear the explanation. We don't have time. That's the call. All right, coach, we're changing up things. And then that's your ability to change up and choose a new force, a new way. And I'll tell you what, you want to shake up your world, tell the truth. Tell the truth. It's going to help people discover who they are. It's going to help you discover who people are. And you want to fit in and do that kind of thing, and well, we're stuck in it, can't get out of it. I get that. There's waves happening on this type of journey currently right now for shaman initiates, for individuals upon this path and journey of becoming who they're meant to be, living their heart's embodiment. If you're not confined to anybody else's structures, well, then you're free to become who you're meant to be. Your reach could extend my own reach. People are so often by people excelling beyond them. I'm eager for more people to excel beyond me, because if people can excel beyond me, well, then the world truly is a better place. The world truly is heaven on earth at that point. It started. It already started. And there's people feeling it, sending their positive energy to it. There's people feeling better, things getting better in their lives. And the more that energy that continues to resonate, that stability in that faith, in knowing that things are working out. Does it look like you winning? Did you got the hands full of everything? No, not exactly. That's okay. I didn't come to Earth to walk out with a ton of gold or an empire or a house or anything. I didn't need to fucking provide a financial security for the next generation or two of my children. Why? Because instead of slaving for another individual, I taught my child how to adapt in an ever-changing world so that they could maneuver around psychological maniacs who are going to stick their mind in a cage and toss that cage into a gutter and treat them like crap and have them going back asking for seconds and thirds and on and on. To teach one's child how to be able to navigate this world and the type of cryptic, the sneakery, and the trickery that we have been victim of. We saw our parents go through it. We got the memo. We somehow lost it in our own life. Thought, hey, learn the lesson. I saw it enough. And we had to experience the shit ourselves and be like, fuck. Well, I understand why dad was pissed off all the time. Or, damn, well, I get why mama did everything she did. Whatever it is you came out with understanding what you understood. That's why bowing out of their game altogether changes everything, because then we're not building their empire. We're not creating their future. We're creating a new future. They had the future, they had the minds of masses of people geared at destroying this planet by scaring everybody when those things were created back in the day in those early wars. But we can change things, we can choose a different future. We could choose life over death. And I see that happening. I see the world changing. I see its whole atmosphere changing. I see life. And that's why I strive for the future, because I see hope. I don't know, a lot of people, I guess they see a disaster coming in the future, but I see good things. I see light. I don't see it at the end of the tunnel. It's like there's light. The world's a changed place. Things are advancing. There's so many press releases and things coming out, and videos and documentaries and things being talked about on a vast multitude of levels, as far as our history, our past, and the things that we just cannot seem to be able to explain in our skies. My little trick to the game of all this spiritual stuff was losing my own personal battle so I could learn the tactics of ultimately the enemy of order, chaos, which ultimately exists within me. Order exists within me, light exists within me, and chaos and darkness also exist within me. Each one of us. Each one of us has life, and each one of us will one day taste death. Of the flesh, not of the spirit. And the more we advance in our abilities, that's why you do things and it just comes so natural to you. You're just like one of the best ones. And like everybody's like, dang, how can you do that? How can she do that? And you're like, because you became a master of this in a past life. So all the gain you can ground as far as shamanic work, as far as spiritual work, as far as literally in those connotations of not winning, not fighting their fight, not playing their game, but creating a different future. They're creating a future which has destruction. Let's plant a garden. Hell, I'll dig the mud. You could do the planting, I'll do the digging. How about that? I'm from the United States, from Texas, but uh, but I'm up north now in Michigan. What, Earth Angel? That's cool. Says that's too funny. I'm literally ready about to plant my garden today. Um, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna put a couple things together in my mind. Give me a moment. Cards. It's not a general reading. It's there's a new wave of energy going out. And so I want to pull some cards to direct me to the kind of specifics of that energy. Okay, not cards. Okay. Okay. In our immediate past and history, there's individuals and they're like, where's God? Let's be honest, there ain't nobody on the fucking world. And they're like, yo, I talk to God. I hear them on a megaphone. They be talking through me all gosh darn day, all the moment, mama. And all their family and kiddos come and talk through me and everything. And believe it or not, and I receive that direction every moment that I need it. And otherwise, they let me just chill out. It's enough doing all that. And when God was in existence, when He walked this world, things were actually as one. When we consider the collective consciousness, we consider every single diverse type of thinking all plugged into one memory bank. But it's not just a memory bank, it's an actual working, thinking mind. It's conscious of being conscious, and that's because things were united as one. Now, there's a lot of stories, and they go back and they talk about the original gods, and when their life was ended, when that ended, you couldn't get rid of them. And what was talked about over and over again is that their body was cut up into parts, and they were used to sustain different elements of our environment. When we see all the different religious teachings, Buddhist to Hindu to this to that, to all the names that I'm just not pulling them up, to all the different systems, to all of it, China, Japan, Africa, South America, North America, all of it, all from all around the world. That's when this whole world shined with light. That's when we were all truly unified. That's when everybody had access to that collective network, and then one day it was attacked and it was separated and it was kept in pockets and reinforced in pockets through diversity. And that's why to break the bounds of diversity means to learn how to walk away from something personal, from some personal problem, from some personal emotional issue, because you didn't feel you got your justice due, or you didn't get enough received back or anything. But learning how to walk away from that will allow you on your shamanic journey to walk forward whenever that intuition connects in your heart and says, now's the time to move on. But I wanted to, now's the time to move on. Why? Who gives a shit? The volcano's about to erupt. God said, get the fuck off the island. Get out, dumbass. in my line of living, I didn't look behind, and the story was like, look what happened. And I'm like, yeah, I had the idea that was going to happen. And then I understand things like, I didn't ask for that. I didn't want, but you know what? God's children would be protected. Said you're like the eye of God. And he said if it's like putting a needle up to that eye, a hand, a finger, or anything, trying to poke the eye, man, gonna protect that mug. But if you're too busy fighting your own fights, if you're too busy fighting for this or trying to bring that for this or whatever the reason, then guess what? That divine being can't fight your fight. They can't stand in for you and show you that they're real, because even if they did make something happen, let's be honest, human gonna take claim for human effort. But if we actually didn't do anything to earn it, not on that kind of a level, God was just like, sit back, I got this, hold on, and we got served with the win to the Almighty family, father and mother. And I would like to really bring out with Earth Angel and bringing up in I'm gonna call you Batty, Guard Batty, Arm Guard Batty. I know I'm not saying that correctly, but Ishtar, goddess of heaven, and so essentially, father, mother, child, and to see that yes, we are this. Each one of us is this and has this capacity to reach. If we are not this embodiment clearly, we can be. These energies exist within each and every single one of us. And it is up to us to truly show our environment that we choose this path to walk. Because only then can we be blessed upon that path. If we're busy toiling for the world, guess what? Man, as the world and what they've built, they want God to stay dead. Let's remind you of what happens when that motherfucker comes back alive and what we do to that. Just in case you weren't done, be healed, right? Remember the dude that died, because we're going to honor the dead one. Why don't I see stories of... Why isn't... Well, I know the answer to all those questions. Why? I don't need nobody to tell me nothing about that one. I know. That one sticks their head up above the group, and the rest, they get their head taken off. But I tell you, things are different these days, and elements have changed. The world entered a crisis that was not foreseen coming, and divinity had a solution. And things have changed for the better. That's why there's a big shift going on in the world. That's why you may be feeling like things are going to shift for you soon. You feel things are very unsteady, they're fragile in day to day life. Your life might begin a journey. Be open to that. be open to that journey. You just never know, it might take you to divinity. It just don't look like any man's path has ever been before, because that path is for you, and your heart's going to guide you to every moment. Sometimes I gotta do a good thing for a bad person to realize that they were really bad. It's kind of like ending up to a poker game. Poker dealio is going on, right? You ante up, you're in the game, and you're not throwing no big bets. You're not throwing nothing heavy in. You're gonna lose this round, and you already know. But you wanted to see what their tell was. The first couple of times you threw down, you were just finding out who somebody really was. That's why you're not emotionally upset about it anymore. Can you fix the problems that you've been living with? You've been trying. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Everything you do, you keep losing, right? In the term of trying to get the other person to understand, smooth out, whatever the case, nothing works, nothing going through. So then walk away. You know what sucks? Going down to the basketball court and shooting the basketball by myself. Nobody ever comes out to play. That sucks. I mean, it's cool to shoot ball by myself, but it's a lot funner when someone else is there. And so, to truly embody who we can be, different systems of understanding of how to correlate a spiritual system into day-to-day life is comes down to a different group of a pantheon. Now, the Christian system, I'm going to tell you why it's hard to grasp it in totality. I'm not getting stuck here. We're moving through these subjects a little quick, perhaps. Though Christianity is difficult because they take pretty much the entirety of God and they put all of this into one living human. Hear me out. Hear me out. The Egyptian had a pantheon, the Greeks had a pantheon, the Japanese has his whole pantheon, the Chinese has his whole pantheon, every single group has his pantheon of a multitude of individuals truly embodying every aspect that you can channel of your own power. You could be each of them whenever the moment calls for it. You could have their generative force to make a change in this world. A force not through physical force, but a force through frequency that is vibrating and pulsing and literally changing the world. Because we are the best quantum particle processors that man will ever marvel at without any tampering. Curiosity is like oil on rusted hinges. If you're curious about something, you're going to learn about something. Might get dirty, might make it dirty or something. Take a shower, at the end of the day, clean off, good for bed. Yeah, right, next day comes. A lot of people get in, think they got something on them, and they're permanently stuck in the past. I anteed up to the table. I knew I was losing my hand and my money, but I wanted to see what their tell was. I wanted to see when they flinched. I wanted to see when they were confident, they felt like they had a good hand because they did have a good hand. They were winning that hand. And boy, they thought they were winning the jackpot in that one hand. But I know that a true poker game is over well many more than just one hand. It's a long game, not a short game a true poker player playing. You discover people's tells of what they give away of their own nature beyond words. And in that, if somebody treats me bad or misuses that, well, then I know that's the last time I ever do say or anything with them on a person, on a level, on a getting close to level. I'm never crossing that boundary again. They took advantage of it once. One of the greatest lessons my mom taught me was the value of trust. If my mama didn't trust me, shoot, I got no leeway. None. None. But if my mama trusted me, dang, man, she'd leave me with some bucks and I'd be able to do whatever I want, hang it, like anything was cool. That trust is big. That trust is I'm gonna be honest with you. And how can we be honest with ourselves if our comments are trying to accommodate somebody else's feelings? And thus we have to alter the truth of our own heart to accommodate somebody else. If you're busy trying to accommodate everybody else, then you're not being who you are. You lost it. You and it's not, I'm not saying that in a bad way. This is something that we're all working to overcome, realize and get out of situations that were not healthy for us, and to be able to emerge and create a new future. A renaissance happened in the past, a real renaissance that just changed every aspect of life, invented and brought forth so many new things. And when I was in the worst times in my life, I was so much betwixt in turmoil because I was having to defend my energy at every moment, and I knew I could be creating and helping and doing so much good for others. And all I could do every single day was just defend my energy, just protection, just protection, and healing from that constant attack, that constant psychological and otherwise type of attack. And however you see the divine, they heard my cries because, as in any situation, I know I don't have the upper hand in this world. Other people stronger than me, smarter than me, faster than me, all sorts of things. They got more friends, they got more money, whatever the case. I ain't gonna win their game. You don't walk into somebody else's building and win. Come on. Any smart, any wise individual knows. If you're truly going to get into a fight, do it on your home territory. Don't leave home to do that. Stretching yourself out thin. Attacking something you shouldn't. Take care of your own. Put your resources into your own. All those resources, all those abilities could go into philosophical thinking, which will bring forth more creative inventions. And who knows what somebody just might channel in as a child, brings in a new genius in the world, a new Einstein pops up. Who knows? Though if we could just create the soil of Eden for the youth and those others around us who are ready to grow their roots and help them become divine, so they can have divine roots sinking deep within the earth, reaching tall for the heavens, and fruit produce falling off. In my mind, you know how people draw your energy, drain your energy, whatever way. In my mind, I saw this image of a person, and they were like grabbing the tree and like pulling on it, like, give me another apple. Give me another apple. There's no more apples on the whole tree. And he's like, give me another apple. It doesn't work like that. The fruit's not gonna, you gotta wait for it to mature. And then it's gonna taste good and get all the nutrients, all that good stuff. But it's gonna come in its season. And that's how you are. That's how I am. That's how we all are. We have our appropriate seasons of when things are preferably more attuned for us to have a real positive success on what we're up to, on what the divine, what our heart is all aligning for us to bring into creation, for us to bring in to this world, to create a new environment, not a stagnant old one, not a repetition fighting of the old, but a building of the new. The mind and body of God unified, not in any one person, but in every single body. I believe that's possible. I believe man walk like that. I believe that's how we used to live. Long, 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 way before. And I believe those days are literally the dawn is rising upon that day. Those days were actually happening. Earth Angel, this is my email. Shoot me an email, like after the live or after you sign off, or right now if you want. Shoot me an email, Earth Angel, and so okay. So I had an interesting occurrence and visit last night, and An Earth Angel said, this is why I put my email there. You said, I so want to come into your door. Our spiritual soul hearts are divinely matched for things, soul, and life purpose. Okay, so there's a connection that's happening online. There's somebody I chatted with, we exchanged emails, we chatted, and they came for a jam. We had a jam session and did the resonance with the gong, and those good tunages, so forth and so on. And I got zero sleep last night. Zero sleep. People keep asking me how long it takes to get me dressed, how long it takes for me to get dressed. Well, shoot, from shower to get dressed and live on air. Dang, I could know that. Yep, I was correct. 15 minutes, like boom, 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 knock it out. I'm getting faster. I'll tell you what. Um, though I see a connectedness happening where there's like this virtual connection first. We're finding each other's souls in somehow, some way, and then we're finding each other virtually, and then we're able to make a connection for a moment, and then that energy can literally extend in its amplification of like goodness and whatnot. And so as far as like that spiritual solid like good note and whatnot, like that may be a thing that may be possible. I don't know. Anyways, I'll just leave it there. Um, and there's other people that are that do this, that experience this, and you meet somebody else and it's totally spiritual. And I'm not necessarily encouraging people to just run out and meet a stranger or anything like that. Definitely should be absolutely careful and make sure you people know you and take precautions and all that good stuff. Um, um, though for my experiences, for what I've put up, the protection, the guidance, I know that whoever I wind up encountering and meeting, that was some divine coming together. That was some awesome sauce, goodness, and those kind of moments I love, I live for. That's why I love coming on here each and every day, because this is what I talk about. This is what I think about regularly. And sometimes with the right, like little headline, if you follow me, if you've been watching for a while, with the right information, question asked, boy, I can just enter a whole nother realm of information for a while and just hit another tunage that I had never hit before. And anyways, uh, Batty, Batty, if you're still here, you had put what I was talking about earlier, and for those who'll get it, and anyways, put on your home territory, but what if you don't get a choice? What if you don't have a home? Then learn to run. I'm not kidding. Don't get involved in that. Don't get involved. That wasn't your path. That door, God, the divine, the spirit, mother, Christian, whoever it is you believe in, or anybody, they're closing that door to your life, and you're trying to fight against the door they closed. That's problems. That's problems. The divine father and mother, the divines closed the door in our life because they said that wasn't going where you wanted it to go. I know that's what you wanted. I know that was the good thing to do. I saw everything you were up to. That was failing. You were putting all your eggs into a basket and it had a hole in it. You were losing everything you were putting in. That's why I found that, like, the aspect of God or the Divine Father or the Divine Mother, there's this very ferocious protector and protectress within them, and that does not look friendly or anything of the sort. That doesn't mean that's how they want to be their whole life. They got to do that to protect their kiddos. And I've learned that that is the true responsibility of a parent, is to protect your kiddos, to protect your kids. We got real efficient for a bit, and we really put the teaching of our children on other individuals. But that teaching truly starts at home. Yeah, that teaching truly starts at home. That teaching truly starts, for some, from a stranger that don't even have a home. But by running away from that fight, sitting on that bench, and another person walked up, and you wind up saying those certain words, and it just picks that person up, or you notice some expression in the face, and they don't tell you everything, but, like, you just seem to say the correct thing, or whatever the case happened in that moment, which is, you couldn't have been there if you're too busy fighting for something or too busy doing something else. There were three, 2 to 3 months, 3 months I was homeless for a little bit, about within the past 12 months. And at that point in my life, I literally every single day, I slept outside of a church, a Celtic church. I slept outside of out on their steps practically, not the main doorway, but I slept there overnight. I go show up after the sun went down and it's dark, and, like, I found this little spot, they didn't notice me, and then I wake up as the sun's coming up and I'm out before anybody gets there. And then I would go over to the Hindu temple. And I do this every single day, about 2.5 miles or so apart, a little bit more or less. I go back and forth between these two every single day, every single day, every single day, every single day. Stay at the temple during the day, go sleep at the church at night. Because I had no home, I stayed at holy buildings. That was my energy, that was my frequency every single day, every single day, every single day, every single day. Shit, screw going home. My home, I ain't doing nothing wrong, not leaving nothing behind, not doing any bad stuff. I gather my stuff in the morning, clean out my spot, get my stuff together, and I'm out. And I focused on my mind, and I focused on my heart, and I focused on learning all the many different aspects of divine nature. Not just Egyptian, but various cultures, and how they all apply, how they're all aspects of the self. I got an interesting story. This happened twice on two different occasions with two different individuals. And I happened to move into their place. I'll just share one of the occasions. And I move into this place, and the dude was drinking heavily, and I'm not judging or anything. To each their own. The dude was letting me have a roof over my head. Shoot, I give a hoot less what you do. Thanks for giving me a spot to put my head and not be out in the cold. Thank you. And within 48 to 72 hours, somewhere between there, within 72 hours, and I even told the dude was like, should I, do you, do you think I should go to, to like get cleaned up on, because he'd been many times, and like, to get off the booze and stuff. And and I'm like, that's on you, man. Like, if you want to do that, then I'd do it. But if you don't want to do it, that's for you. That's not for me to say or do. And literally, like, the dude he wound up going into the place. He went in, and this particular time that he went in, it wasn't crowded like normal, and he was able to check himself out early, and he was already knew what he needed to do, and he was able to get off the stuff. And it's amazing how much increasing your own vibration and then being within proximity of somebody else for a while can have such an impact, because that vibrational energy transfers. And one thing I've learned about my own nature, which is very similar to other people, is that if you tell me I'm doing a bad job, then I kind of stop caring what you're saying, and your voice just, at this point in my life, just becomes nothing to me. And like, but if it's constructive and it's like, this would be better, and like this could actually be smoother, then I'm like, okay, cool, I'm open to that idea. Like, I'll keep that in my pocket. Like, I might use that. Like, I'll keep that for consideration. But like, especially when somebody tries to control me, spirit, human, or otherwise, shoot, I'm like a donkey. I put my feet on the ground. I'm like a bull taking a plop on the ground. You ain't moving my tush. Nope. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. That's not how I work. I work with family, and family honors and respects. They know themselves. They aren't gonna push themselves too far. They're not gonna push me too far. Now, if we gotta call for something, we gotta build the morale. Of course, we're gonna raise up some extra energy to make them do what we gotta do. All right. So, mm, so on my own journey, like I said, I had an addiction to weed, but I had a problem with my own life that I couldn't understand. And weed put me into a calm state, which allowed me to be peaceful, regardless of my awareness being full on blazing angry with something I cannot change and I cannot affect the outcome of it. So I just blazed that. But once I got the information that I needed down the road, My depression went away because I found out, oh, my father did not want me. That changes things. Like, did, anyways. And so literally my depression went away as soon as he told me that because I understood why dad wasn't there, why dad didn't help me get glasses, why did this, why not that. I understood these things. And so as far as an addiction goes, like I dealt with that. And that lasted for its time. And as I've been on this spiritual path, when I learned about the words of power, when I learned about the ability to rewire one's brain, to make new connections, to have new responses, to have new habits, to integrate new software into the fucking matrix of my own programming, to do that meant reading the mantras and meant putting my mind into the world that was not Western. It meant going to regions of the world that I had never experienced. I never left the United States. There are communities, there are people from all over the world that live where I am, and I can interact and get a lot of those experiences. From studying to embodying to learning to seeing how, oh my gosh, why did I learn? Why am I why am I looking up ancient Japanese stuff right now? And then I find out Japan's having a certain celebration. Oh, it's a very holy celebration, and they're honoring all of this. And I'm like, oh, I'm picking up that information. That's why I'm pulling up these mantras and learning these systems and integrating it into my own. Not into my own, but integrating it with everything else I know. Interesting. And so I'm able to truly work with my environment as I pick up the different cues from nature of what direction my body should go, of how to follow my heart's true north. Because the whole world wants to distract you, they want your help and your energy. One person put in there, what use is this to somebody who doesn't need to hear this sort of stuff? And then my mind adds in the portion that you've still been looking for some pieces to that puzzle that you haven't found. You gave up on that journey for a little bit, but you never stop looking for some new pieces to integrate into everything you know already. This is why my continual presence is because for somebody today or tomorrow, different or the same, whether it clicked yesterday or tomorrow, perhaps a connection is made in a moment, the right word is said, the blessings are said, the energy is connected, and somehow, some way, some miracle happens in your life and things start moving for the better. It wouldn't be the first time. And so that kind of thing, I put out that kind of goodwill consistently, but not just goodwill as in like praying for it, but the actual showing up for it. I'll tell you what, the past is there. You can't change that, right? Can't do much about that. The future, can't exactly grasp that just yet. It's down yonder. But the present, that's who you are, walking into the room. All you gotta do is be present. That's it. If you're absent, the new world's not created with your input, with who you are, with what you have to bring to this world, with what you have to teach somebody else. Not how to instruct them how to live, but how to help them become who they're meant to be. And who they're meant to be is what their heart yearns to express every day. And all we can do as loving parents is make sure we water that garden, make sure we get out any bad things that shouldn't be there, make sure it's got the shade it needs or the sun it needs. And just wait for it to grow into that tree of life, producing fruit just falling when it's nice, ripe, and ready. Excuse me. This is one thing about a spiritual journey that I enjoy, that I appreciate on a regular basis, is that balance always winds up occurring. When things get low on supplies, when things get to a point where it seems like, man, how am I surviving from day to day? That can very much be like literal training to see how far can we push our body and still be able to help people. I was talking about learning one's boundaries earlier and seeing exactly like how much room they have to maneuver. No, no, you good. Oh, I'll do that. I really, I really, I'm, I began experiencing the days where we're coming together, not for some gathering, but for a moment of encouraging each other, a moment of connectedness. I see progress in a divine plan that's been told to me at every step of the way, and without having sure footing, I've taken the leaps. And I've taken the steps of faith in my actions. And I'm just sharing. But in my faith and in my walk, it was not that but it wasn't my idea to put these clothing items together to dress like this or look like this. But as I worked with the divine energy of Father and Mother, of both dark and light that exists in both, not saying they're one or the other, but Father and Mother energy, with working with that energy, it's show me just like how childlike we can be. And what they've helped me do is they've given me the experiences for me to say, I like that. And they've given me experiences to go, I don't like that. And for me to be like, no, for sure, I didn't like that. They help me become who I am by guiding me, not controlling me. A lot of times we think we have a better vision, so we try to control a situation. That's why we strive for a particular outcome in our life. But then when I saw the true construct of being the clay and God molding you, how foolish that clay got to be to say, yo, God, you got the wrong idea. I'm supposed to look like this. No, 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 like this. And you are the creator of your own reality. You are the creator of the next you. For what you accomplish and what you grow beyond your child, and whether your child be somebody that you actually have your actual child, or whether that child be perhaps some individuals you hang out with and you don't call them your child or dad or anything like this, you like best friends. But hey, sometimes that best friend will play the dad role for me and not say a word about it, and then vice versa, I'll play that dad role for my best friend, vice versa. Because that's what we need, and we ain't got nobody else to give that for us, so that's what we do. We can get that perspective, we can get that point of view. These kind of things, these kind of coming together, these kind of understandings is creating a community for our children to grow up in and to find the correct person for them to be with that's going to align with them and to help them with the necessary tools of awareness to navigate their road before them. And thus, as they live their life and go their own route upon their journey, we're able to build community that is going to bring forth global harmony that they could just walk into. Accepting when paths must diverge is a very hard reality that a lot of us, in many situations, we stick somewhere longer than we should have, and then bad things result from it. And I know I can look at my past and I can look at a lot of situations where I stuck around way longer than I probably should have. And all of those moments, all of those experiences, I needed those experiences firsthand so I knew how not to go back down that road. That's why I kept repeating it and repeating it and repeating it and repeating it, because I had not learned yet. It wasn't a test, it was just a recurring theme until I could overcome it. That's when it changed. How do I make my dreams come true? How do I make my dreams come true in a world where without money I can't live? The last time I checked, the one who owns money and makes money is not called the temple of God. It's not like said, it's not God's money. It might say God we trust, but that's about as much reference as it gives to that one. They have been building a very good world, a very advanced world. And they've helped us get to the understanding we have because there is a lot of places on the world. There is a lot of places on the world that is not experiencing consistent warfare. It is just not a war zone. They have peace that's been existing for a good long while. Things have been at least been able to be delegated rather than fought over to some degree or somehow. Delegated, managed, whatever the case going on, bring some balance. This has created an environment where a lot of us are sitting around with not much to do and we're entertaining ourselves. Okay, that's what you want me to share, but I don't mean to be forceful with it at all. Okay, so I got tired of entertainment real fast. It's nice to have entertainment, but I like to develop my mind. I like to learn my environment. So I learned about the philosophy, not necessarily about the philosophers, but I did the deep research on those kind of things, and I got deep into poetry and different philosophers and then the ancient studies and all of that. I changed my focus of my attention, and now I wasn't playing their game. I was developing a currency that was heavenly. My treasures started being stored up with heaven in heaven because my efforts didn't necessarily benefit a direct person as much as it did the immaterial soul. When the laws of nature see you doing something like this on a regular basis, they start not only protecting you, they start providing for you. And I'm not talking about in like popularity and stuff like that, but your life and things, your journey starts opening up, and the resources you need for where you are at that current level of medium happens. And then one, two, three, you learn a little bit about me, meaning you saying I learn a little bit about me, that's for you. You learn about yourself, and then you bring that mug out into the world. You're gonna have a whole new flavor, a whole new aspect, a whole new shine to our society that only you could embody. Just like the old ancients carved in walls and reliefs around Eternia, time, all around our world. Well, like such in Greece and other times in the world where the philosophers, there were many philosophers because individuals could sit around and they could think and they could ponder and they could put together significant constructs that some other bright minds went, hey, yeah, and they applied it here and applied it there, and the whole world changed because of a wave of philosophers. I said, I like that idea. It's not attacking, So I'm not hurting. I'm able to think my free thoughts because, man, my mind goes all over the place. If I totally just freed, it's just because I have. Um, a wave of philosophers, yeah. Thank you, GT7. Um, I did not get any sleep last night. For those that weren't here earlier, um, somebody had reached out to me. Somebody and exchanged some emails, and they came hang out. We had a good jam last night, and so I really enjoyed that. And literally, um, they took off. I took a shower, went live. I mean, like, like I got to have a friend over. Like, I got to just hang out. I got to hang out, and so like Earth Angel, you like give yourself a pat on the back. It's so nice to hang out, and like it was cool to do the spiritual jam, and also kind of just hang out with a buddy, and just like freaking do the spiritual jam. And usually it's just myself, and I just do my thing. I don't gotta. My life was, my journey was active. My journey was, oh my gosh. And from that journey of everything I survived, of which I was taught through intuition and that type of guidance, that's where all this really, really, really comes from every single moment, every single day, but connecting with people live in the chat and everything. Earth Angel had mentioned how you've been experiencing positive aspects to your life since you've come across this channel, and others have made that comment as well. And that's it's a connectedness, and that connectedness changes everything. We start believing that the spirit's real because we're actually seeing like live effects. And it's not just from one person, but there are a multitude of individuals doing it. Don't get me wrong, not everybody's on the pure tune. And in regards, that's why it's important to do study and research and get to know who you are. Because if you know who you are, then you'll know whenever some other's ideas getting you, trying to convince you you're someone else. Yeah, I'll read page 133. And 47. All right. Before I start reading, and people are going to ask what book I'm reading for from the particular book I'm reading for, I've given plenty of introduction, and it is the most sacred book. So I will say for those who could make the connection, then they'll know. And for those who can't, well, it wasn't for you to know. No offense, but the information is more pertinent, and I enjoy reading, and somebody kind of, anyways, we're gonna follow that. I'm gonna use the bathroom right quick, and then I'll be right back, and we'll do that. Before I start reading, I'd like to just mention that one thing I found that caused a lot of anger and frustration from me in my past, in my younger years, um, and it's just one of those little tips or tricks for you to use, or if you take it, whatnot, was to realize that a lot of my outbursts or my sarcasms or those aspects of that portion of me was because I suppressed doing what I myself wanted to do, regardless of what somebody else's view of it. And that could range from having coffee to using the bathroom to having a cigarette. If I feel like I feel compelled, if my heart is saying I want to do this and my mind is thinking it and thinking it, well, then whatever I'm engaging, I gotta put that on pause for a moment. I gotta put that on pause for a moment and take care of that. Because once I take care of that, I put myself first for that moment, Now I can fully put my mind to rest and I can engage with who I'm talking with or what the energy going on. I can read things a lot better because I'm focused here. I'm not thinking back there. When one looks back, like Lot's wife when they were leaving, she looks back, she turns into a pillar of salt. That that was her looking back in her heart, in her mind, and her forward movement no longer happened. She wasn't even moving backwards, she was stood still. And a lot of times we want to resolve the situation now. And what I found out is when I become aware of a new problem or some new issue or something I need to overcome or work through in this life or learn its behavior, is the first time I went through it, I became aware of it. The second time I went through it, because I truly became aware of it the first time, I didn't need to go through it again. When I became proficient, we repeat a situation so we can get all the details about what our spiritual journey entails of what we're going to be curing in the world. You have something specific in this world that your gift, you being you, is going to cure some way, somehow. Who knows? I don't care. But you're going to heal and fix something. And I believe that's what we all do for each other through the philosophy of life, through learning how to integrate a new way of dynamics in our life so that we're not fighting with our environment. I, I That's when I learned a lot of individuals who I tried to help in my younger years. They want they didn't want to learn. They were not a ripe environment for a true tree, a tree of life to grow at that moment. They still had lessons to learn. They still had some other fundamentals to go through. And that means someone else was supposed to teach them those lessons. Someone else could help them where they're at. I know where I'm at. And depending on the situation or depending on who it is going to be how long you stick around to see how much you can affect a change. Good men are too proud of their goodness. They are respectable. Dishonor comes not near them. Their countenance has weight and influence. Their robes are unstained. The poisonous breath of calumny has never been breathed upon their fair name. How easy it is for them to look down with scorn upon the poor degraded offender, to pass him by with a lofty step, to draw up the folds of their garment around them, that they may not be soiled by his touch. Yet the great master of virtue did not so, but descended to familiar intercourse with publicans and sinners, with the Samaritan woman, with the outcasts and the pariahs of the Hebrew world. Pariahs of the Hebrew world. Many men think themselves better in the proportion as they can detect sin in others when they go over the catalogue of their neighbor's unhappy derelictions of temper or conduct. They often, amidst such apparent concern, feel a secret exultation that destroys all their own pretensions to wisdom and moderation, and even to virtue. Many even take actual pleasure in the sins of others, and this is the case with everyone whose thoughts are often employed in agreeable comparisons of his own virtues with his neighbor's faults. The power of gentleness is too little seen in the world. The subduing influences of pity, the might of love, the control of mildness over passion, the commanding majesty of that perfect character which mingles grave displeasure with grief and pity for the offender. So it is that a mason should treat his brethren who go astray, not with bitterness, nor yet with good natured easiness, nor with worldly indifference, nor with the philosophic coldness, nor with the laxity of consciousness that accounts everything well, that pass under the seal of public opinion, but with charity, with pitying, loving kindness. The human heart will not bow willingly to what is infirm and wrong in human nature. If it yields to us, it must yield to what is divine in us. The wickedness of my neighbor cannot submit to my wickedness. His sensuality, for instance, to my anger against his vices. My faults are not the instruments that are to arrest his faults, and therefore impatient reformers and denouncing preachers and hasty reprovers and angry parents and irritable relatives generally fail in their several departments to reclaim the erring. A moral offense is sickness, pain, loss, dishonor in the immortal part of man. It is guilt and misery added to guilt. It is itself calamity and brings upon itself, in addition, the calamity of God's disapproval, the abhorrence of all virtuous men, and the soul's own abhorrence. Deal faithfully but patiently and tenderly with this evil. It is no matter for petty provocation, nor for personal strife, nor for selfish irritation. Yet the entrance into the public service and the promotion in it affect both the rights of individuals and those of the nation. Injustice in bestowing or withholding office ought to be so intolerable in democratic communities that the least trace of it should be like the scent of treason. It is not universally true that all citizens of equal character have an equal claim to knock at the door of every public office and demand admittance. When any man presents himself for service, he has a right to aspire to the highest body at once, if he can show his fitness for such a beginning, that he is fitter than the rest who offer themselves for the same post. The entry into it can only justly be made through the door of merit, and whenever anyone aspires to and attains such high post, especially if by unfair and disreputable and indecent means, and is afterward found to be a signal failure, he should at once be just. I kind of don't want to say that word, but he's just like like he's the worst. He is the worst among the public enemies. When a man sufficiently reveals himself in others should be proud to give him due precedence. When the power of promotion is abused in the grand passages of life, whether by people, legislature, or executive, the unjust decision recoils on the judge at once. That is not only a gross, but a wilful shortness of sight that cannot discover the deserving. If one will look hard, long, and honestly, he will not fail to discern merit. genius and qualification, and the eyes and voice of the press and public should condemn and denounce injustice whenever she rears her horrid head. The tools to the workman. No other principle will save a republic from destruction, either by civil war or the dry rot. They tend to decay. Do all we can to prevent it, like human bodies. If they try the experiment of governing themselves by their smallest, they slide downward to the unavoidable abyss with tenfold velocity, and there never has been a republic that has not followed that fatal course. But however palpable and gross the inherent defects of democratic governments and fatal as the results finally and inevitably are, we need only glance at the reigns of Tiberius, Nero, and Caligula, and Heliogabalus, and Caracalla, and Domitian, and Commodus to recognize that the difference between freedom and and despotism is as wide as that between heaven and hell. The cruelty, baseness, and insanity of tyrants are incredible. Let him who complains of the fickle humors and inconsistency of a free people read Pliny's character of Domitian. If the great man in a republic cannot win office without descending to low arts and whining, beggary, and judicious use of sneaky lies, let him remain in retirement and use the pen. Tacitus and Jordanel held no office. Let history and satire punish the pretender as they crucify the despot. The revenges of the intellect are terrible and just. Let masonry use the pen and the printing press in the free state against the demagogue, in the despotism against the tyrant. History offers examples and encouragement. All history for 4,000 years being filled with violated rights and the sufferings of the people. Each period of history brings with it such protest as is possible to it. Under the Caesars, there was no insurrection, but there was a Jovenel. The arousing of indignation replaces the Gracchi. Under the Caesars, there is the exile of Seine. There is also the author of the Annals. As the Neros reign darkly, they should be pictured so. Work with the graver only would be pale. Into the groove should be poured a concentrated prose that bites. Good choice. Your choice is on page numbers. That's actually kind of funny because Earth Angel, can the watchers double click on the screen, pretty please? And when I saw that, I was like, "Who's calling for the what? Who? The watchers are here." Okay. All right. What we'll do for the moment is we're gonna toss it up. We'll see. Would somebody want a reading? And I'm not saying for a multitude of people. Does somebody want me to do a reading, or will people more so want to hear a story? I got lots of stories. We could do Celtic story. We could do I got Grimm's fairy tales. I got that whole book of all those stories. Ooh, I know what I want to read. Okay, I got some stories. I got a book I haven't read in quite some time. All right. Yo, what's up? What's up, Lee from Ireland? But here's the truth. I've had this book for a few years now, and I've technically never read through it. Little bro, you'll catch this one. This is the Arrow Book of Spooky Stories. It's so many times people come in the chat, they'll make comments like they got scared or something. And I'm like, ooh, spooky. So I want to read that for the first time, at least the first story. We'll see how it goes. If it's too, I don't know, if it's not the flavor, then I won't go with the second one. But if we like it, we'll go forward. I used to have this buddy, this friend, and he said it all the time. He said, well, why not? Why not? I said, you want to do something? Or how about, what do you think about this? And he'd be like, why not? Why not? And I'm like, you know what? I like that. That's what he always said, why not? I'd be like, you know what? Okay, why not? I'll just say before I proceed forward, chaotic, there's a solution to that. A card reading isn't going to be exactly the solution to activate that. I mean, as you continually learn, as you continually grasp, um, perhaps I will pull a couple of cards specifically just for you. So I'm going to have that kind of running in the background. I'll do that chaotic. I'm going to pull a couple cards for you, but I'm just leaving it open for what the divines would want to communicate to you. And so more like what are the tools you what would be best to do right now in the moment kind of thing. So I'm gonna let that percolate while I read this story. Horace was a happy ghost. He lived with his father and mother in a big old house with lots of creaking stairs and windows that rattled. It was just right for ghosts. Of course, people lived there too, a whole family of people, but they all got along very well together. The ghosts didn't mind the noise the people made daytimes, and the people didn't mind the noise the ghosts made at night. There was only one trouble: Horace. Horace was a well behaved little ghost in some ways. He had learned his vanishing lessons perfectly. One moment he was there, and then, whisk, he wasn't. Sometimes he vanished for his family's visitors at after midnight tea, and they all said they had never seen finer vanishing. Besides, he could creak doors and he rattled windows as a grown up ghost. But he couldn't moan and he couldn't groan, and when he tried to clank his chain, it jingled. What is wrong, Horace? His father and mother asked him often. It's perfectly silly for a bright little ghost like you not to moan and groan. What is that horrible noise you make? People call it laughing, Horace said. I'm sorry. I just can't moan and groan. I'm too happy. I haven't anything to moan and groan about. His father and mother would groan softly and float upstairs and talk things over. Horace wandered around, creaking a stair or two and rattling at a second biggest window just for practice. Once he laughed. When he did, the people upstairs woke up suddenly and sat up in their beds and said, What was that? Oh dear, Horace said to himself, and he put one hand over his mouth and kept it there till daylight to make sure he wouldn't laugh again. Horace, his mother said when he went upstairs to go to bed that morning, today you must stay up at least till noon. Maybe that will teach you to moan and groan. All right, mother, Horace said cheerfully. He felt a little different, a little weird inside, though. He had never been up after sunrise in his whole life. He floated downstairs very softly and started to haunt the breakfast room. He felt jiggly as he peeped inside for the first time. How bright it was! and it was positively full of people laughing and talking and drinking milk and orange juice and eating breakfast food. Horace took a deep breath, stepped out beside the kitchen cabinet, and vanished. The littlest boy at the breakfast table saw him, and he gurgled and waved his spoon. Horace vanished again beside the refrigerator. Funny thing, the father said, and rubbed his eyes. I could swear the refrigerator door was open just a minute ago, but it isn't. Horace vanished again behind a window curtain. Mother, there's a ghost behind the curtain, the next to littlest boy said. Finish your cereal, Tommy, and stop trying to fool me, the mother laughed. And after that, nobody paid any attention to Horace. Even when he laughed, somebody else laughed too, and nobody noticed him. Finally, he perched on top of the refrigerator and watched the family finish breakfast. Then he went outside. It was weird and scary and bright sunlight with no nice comfortable dark, no big hoot owls and whippoorwills singing songs that Horace loved, and no dogs howling far over the hills. But pretty soon he found out that he was getting used to the daytime and the songs of the other birds and all the interesting daytime sounds. There wasn't a single thing scary about them once you knew what made them. He wandered around having a fine time, though he did get a bit sleepy. As the big grandfather clock struck noon, he whisked upstairs and woke up his mother. She looked at him anxiously. Did you learn to moan and groan, Horace? Horace shook his head. No, I found out that daylight is just as nice and friendly as dark. Oh dear, his mother groaned. Well, go to bed, Horace, but whatever you do, don't laugh. Mother needs her sleep. I've tossed and turned all day. Horace went to his own room, yawning. He didn't laugh, but he couldn't keep from chuckling a little bit. That night his mother and father had a ghost visitor to after midnight tea. When she heard Horace laugh, she shrieked, Dear me, what a horrible child! Really, he takes the curl right out of my hair. Why don't you do something about that laughing? What can we do? Horace's mother moaned. Shut him in a lighted room with lots of people, the visiting ghost snapped. If that does not teach him to moan and groan, I don't know what will. It sounds cruel, Horace's father said, but I think we had better try it. A week later, sure enough, Horace's mother marched him downstairs and opened the big living room door tiny crack. There, inside with you, and mind you stay at least an hour. Horace didn't come back up for 3 whole hours. His mother was walking up and down, wringing her hands, when he appeared. Oh, darling, I shouldn't have done it. Forgive me, Horace. Was it so terrible? I had a wonderful time, Mother, Horace said. It was Halloween party. Everybody was dressed up. There were 3 other ghosts like me, only I think they were really people. We played games. I won a prize, too. A horn. Oh, his father groaned. Where is it? Did you learn to play it? Horace shook his head. No, I gave it to another little ghost who couldn't vanish the way I did when we play hide and seek. Horace's father and mother looked at each other and sighed. All right, Horace, go rattle your chain for a while, his mother said, and do try not to jingle. Mother, yes, mother, Horace said happily and floated off. At least he didn't bring the horn home, his father said. That's one thing to be thankful for. Loud jingling sounded from the next room. Horace's father and mother groaned, clapped their hands over their ears, and vanished. But the very next evening, something happened. Horace and his family woke up just at sundown and smelled something perfectly delicious. What is that wonderful smell? Horace asked. His mother and father exchanged a mysterious smile. It's Ghost's favorite food, and that's all I will tell you now, his father said. And his mother said, Hurry and put on a clean sheet. It looks as if we're going to have a party tonight." They floated downstairs in a great hurry and out the hall to the kitchen. They stopped by the door. In the kitchen, Tommy was saying to his mother, "But what happens to the middle of the donuts, Mother?" His mother laughed. "Why, donut middles are the favorite food of ghosts, Tommy. See that big bowl that looks empty? It's full to the top with donut middles." Horace jingled up and down excitedly. He often heard about donut middles, but he'd never eaten one. He could hardly wait to try them. As soon as the people had taken their donuts to the dining room, the ghost swished into the kitchen and began eating donut middles. Horace's mother ate only 2 dozen because she was on a diet. Horace's father ate 4 dozen, and Horace finished the whole bowlful. They were good. But a little while later, when his mother and father looked for Horace, they couldn't find him anywhere. He wasn't in the cellar or the attic or the garden or downstairs. At last they found him curled up in bed in his own room. "Oh," he said, "I have a pain." "Horace," his parents beamed, "you groaned." "Oh," said Horace, "it hurts." "Horace," his parents both hugged him, "you moaned too?" "Yes," Horace said, "because I have a pain in my middle. How about some spirits of peppermint or something?" "Oh." And ever since, Horace has been able to moan and groan beautifully. Even if he's happy, all he has to do is think about the time he ate too many donut middles. It always works. But he still can't clink his chain. I've talked about it time and time again about getting a little bit of, well, a whole lot about what you want. Sometimes when you get to have all the ice cream you want from beginning from sunsets to sunrise, beginning to end, as stomach says, "Dang, you know what? That ice cream for breakfast was not a good idea. I should eat something more suitable and not a bunch of cream and sugar." It wasn't a good start. They tried to do everything that they could think of, but it came down to him getting to have his fill, as much as he wanted, all that he wanted, unlimited supply of what he wanted, and he learned that it wasn't as great as he thought it could be. And that's what I found that, like, my mom helped do for me throughout my life, was there's a lot of things like I wanted, but she could see that me actually getting that or getting into that was not going to open up futures for me. It wasn't going to be what I wanted. And I tell you what, there in my years past. Seriously, I wanted to have ice cream for breakfast, and mom's always home, and in summer we don't have ice cream or whatever the case. And when I was that age and whatnot back in those days, and one day she wasn't home, nobody else was home, and we had ice cream. I munched ice cream for the first thing I had that day, and I tell you, I'm pretty sure that's the last time I had ice cream for breakfast. Happy Ghost got a tummy ache from getting all he wanted. In life and in the world, we wind up getting into a relationship and we really get all we wanted. But the paradigm for all that it served, now there are some and they're in a really good spot together. They are really, God, they are synchronicity and things are working well. I'm not talking about those ones here. And I'm very happy that those ones have come together and that clicks for a good number of individuals. Though a lot of what I sought seeking in somebody else was, well, it involved a little bit. It involved me seeing myself and also me getting my fill for what I needed my fill to be. And to each their own is that can is to be. And sometimes, people they say stop, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't do that, like they told the ghost, like they told the happy ghost, but they just couldn't shake that happy out of them. So they said, well, let's throw a party. And boy, at that party, they offered him all he wanted, gave him exactly what he wanted, and there you go, free buffet to it, no restriction. Now you can see what happens when you get too much of it. That's one of the hardest things to experience in life because it's a complete readjustment of plans of the future. When one realizes that what they wanted was like actually, that was nice, but not exactly what I was looking for in this lifetime. And one can come back and reformulate and reevaluate so many different factors and qualities, then a correct new path can take place. And a lot of times, in a lot of situations, really we can't resolve the situation that we're trying to resolve, and that means walking away from it and just chalking up that loss, because I know what I can do now, and I know that event's going to hit me again in my life, but I can formulate things differently in the future. The amount of people that we can encourage, we're creating our own community in this world, a new community around this world. Um, Earth Angel put possible suggestion. Break the cycle of your daily habits. Go do something you normally wouldn't do, and maybe you'll find new connection there or a new love in life. And really, that's the reality. That's how we kind of throw a wrench in our own system of working when we're kind of stuck in a stagnant situation and we just can't get out of it. By doing that, we change things up. By changing things, well, the pattern can't repeat. The Groundhog Day doesn't exactly go back the same way because we've introduced new elements and growth, and that's a beautiful reality. That's really cool. Um, and that I'm just saying it again. I mentioned it twice before, but I did not go to sleep last night. So once this live ends, I'm probably gonna crash pretty quick. But I had a really wonderful night, and it was Man, I got to have like some bro time, some bro cool hangout, spiritual time. I really appreciated that. That was a charge for me, which I appreciate. And there was early on my journey, I was in one place. I didn't move from places. I stayed at this one place, and there was an individual I was talking to, and he winds up telling me, he said, you can't expect you can't expect your dreams to just show up to you. But he just kind of left it like that, but he said it in a positive way. And like the dude knows how my brain thinks, at least to a pretty good degree. Dude was, you could pick up people know a little thing or two, and but he left it open ended for me to think about and for me to grasp the further of it if I truly desire to. And that was, you got to go out and grab it yourself. You got to go chase that dream down yourself. You got to go do that legwork yourself. And somewhere along my journey, I realized that in order to truly reach more individuals, that anchoring my energy and then broadcasting it out can reach well more than I could ever fathom otherwise. And I'm not talking about YouTube Live or TikTok or any of those programs or channels. I'm talking about in my own being, in my own regular working with the energy and the souls that are in existence, regardless whether people are interacting or not. A broadcast of sending out this energy. A lot of people just bring the energy in because they want to use that energy for themselves. But for the energy that I have, shoot, let's send this mug out. We can heal the world. We can make things better. I'm not saying I got all the answers or anything like that. I'm not saying I'm the solution to it. I'm just saying I got something to contribute, just like everybody else does. We all got something wonderful to contribute to that entire reality. And that reality in the future looks, gosh darn damn near nothing we got in the past. We got some similarities, but if we truly want to advance, there's some old things. There are some old things we just got to walk away from. Okay, Earth Angel. Alright, I'm gonna read the comment and then I'm gonna mention. I'm gonna go with that. So it says, wish I had energetic beings that were able to connect and communicate with me. Seems like there's too many walking dead beings surrounding me. Hard to have an intellectual conversation. Okay, this is a lot of people, and this was me a while ago. Now, as you are on your own shamanic in path, your own wise woman path, your next form of communication is beyond language. It's beyond voice. It's the elements speaking to you all around you, and this they want to communicate with you for where you at, for what you've worked through in life. They are trying to communicate with you. They're opening, that door is open for communication. But the first way to acknowledge them is to catch the signs, the synchronicities in life, which I would call omens, those messages that you're going to understand. They're leaps of faith. Nothing that you would do in these circumstances would be bad or harmful. It's just you following your heart, and then you have this idea and this inkling, and you don't know why, but you followed that. You followed that heart, and that was divinity guiding you from the start. It knew that omen, seeing those signs, putting together a hidden message within the world. There used to be those little books. Gosh, I forget the name of them, but there's many different kinds. But there's this one, and at the back of the book all the time, it had a picture, and you had to like identify all the items in the picture. Okay, so imagine those items are like the tools in which you're going to rearrange things with. And so in your environment, you're looking for those omens, you're looking for those signs, those synchronicities. For instance, for direct relational instance, oh my gosh, that would actually be pretty darn good. Oh my goodness. That's something I should prep, man. I could. But direct relation is like, okay, so you get this omen, like bird flies in front of you or something, alright? Clear message divinity is like connecting with you because a bird from on high just swooped in front of you. Now pay attention to the way events go in the future, in the way that day, in the next, in how that flow goes. Is it smooth? Does it work out? Pay attention to the following days. You're going to see a relation between that bird flying and your own life. This is going to happen again in your life with another situation, but it's going to replicate the confirmation. And so then, as nature has learned how to communicate with you without words but by presence, then at any point you can actually start being guided more than just thoughts, more than what might pop up on the screen or on the tube or like in the on the radio or whatever. You can see nature in action, and nature will speak to you, and when that nature speaks to you and you can actually hear it and understand the breadcrumbs, the clues, the puzzle pieces they're dropping in front of us, and we can put those together and be like, ah, I see what you need. Let me help you. Oh, okay, let me do that. Whatever the case may be, whatever the kind of thing may be. And so we wind up, the Spirit leads us to be in situations that allow us to make connection with another person that helps them connect as well. Interesting synchronicities, divine miracles, divine miracles. And we're learning how to actually speak that higher language, ultimately, which does not involve the tongue. So, not across the board, but in many, many applications, there's these extraterrestrial races, beings of not, human sort per se, and they like don't have a mouth or they don't have certain things like that we have, because like they outdated certain old systems, or like there's ones they just like, even they might have a mouth for eating or whatever, but like it's just all mind communication. They never talk anything vocal because they learned and learned how to communicate beyond words. They learned how to transfer more information with greater effective communication, greater accuracy of communication, without even needing words. So if we, the natural state of like growth of life is like we learn our environment and we adapt to it, and that's how we get a new ability. It's how an animal's horns grow bigger, or whatever the case their situation is going on for their environment. With all of that, the body adapts to its environment. And so if we actually exercise the ability of love and kindness and communicate heart to heart rather than through words so much, then we're literally going to press our progression and the development of our very bodies to literally like slowly transform as it adapts to our environment and our nature to best suit the aspects we're using the most. And so in that sense, I don't want to use that word. The opportunity is placed before you to engage in figuring out the messages being sent to you. And these messages, they can come through animals, it can come through the wind, it can be in a cloud, it can be a synchronicity of you thinking a thought and your thoughts align with the song, it just, or the movie, or whatever's going on, or somebody comes up to you and they say something and maybe you didn't like negative or positive, but that was something that if we paid attention to it, you'd see how that action, what they actually said. Take the bad junk out of take the context out, put what they actually said in, and now connect it to other omens that just happened. Wait a second, I'm seeing something a lot bigger. I lived in Pontiac, Michigan for a good bit. Love that city. Love that city. I was connecting with deceased ancestors, all the sort and all of that, knowing what I'm doing, receiving the interaction, so forth and so on. This one lady walks into the metaphysical shop where I'm working, and I'm having a deep conversation with her little brother, or whatever the case. And I was in such a positive mood that I did not pick this up until I was walking home. So the event happened, and I'm walking home, I start thinking about it. And I'm like, wait a second, I don't think she was being nice. Wait, oh, she was being sarcastic. But I replayed it in my mind, and in that moment that she made the comment, she said, who are you supposed to be? Chief Pontiac? And I said, maybe I am. Because maybe his spirit's connecting with me. And I was like, boom, that actually opened up my mind. Like what she said was divinely accurate. Not that I'm the re embodiment of Chief Pontiac, but his spirit is certainly alive and active, and certainly I was connecting with him, and somebody in some fashion had to walk up to me and be like, somebody's just trying to let you know they're working with you, bro. So because I was in a good frame of mind, regardless of how it was said in the context, I was able to get the message, and I was seeing who I was connecting with, and that was able I was able to look up information and draw a greater connection because of that. The divine message could come from anybody or anything. It's our responsibility to just pay attention and pick up and notice these little cues and notice these little trinkets popping out in the corner of our eye. And you're looking like there's nothing there that should have been doing that. To me, that's a sign of the Divine Mother. She kind of comes in, and if she loves you, she'll let you know she was stopping by in your life by letting you see her as she was leaving, and by the time you look, there's nothing there. Gone already. Just like that vanishing trick with our happy ghost. He learned how to vanish very fast. He liked playing hide and seek. Spirits I've found are very much like us. By trusting the wrong people, we get to a point where we don't want to trust anybody. That's why building trust in somebody, like by you being you, they can see who you are when the chips are down or when everything's good. They see you all over the place. They see your real heart pop out. They can rely on you being who you are. They know that's going to happen. Most other people, it's not just a crapshoot. They're just going to go to however their heart feels. Just you're a lot safer individual to be bringing in closer to help out. Even if you having a bad day, I see you have a bad day, and someone else was completely in the wrong. But you know what? When that person thinks of you, you didn't go back and yell at the coworker. You didn't let nothing out. You didn't. You actually took a day off. Saw that happen. That's somebody who knows how to take care of themselves. If you know how to take care of yourself and you're not doing good, then guess what? You're going to stay home. And when you stay home taking care of yourself, that means that there's no problems being created in that environment because the person's taking care of themselves. So that's the proper thing. Then when they're all revitalized, recharged, processed, all that good stuff, boom, they jump back in, everything run and shoot, not just smooth as it was, even better, even smoother, even more proficient. And in these aspects and in these ways, we truly do. Um, we truly can free ourselves from the chains that our parents and our grandparents have been stuck in. And I'm not putting that on a negative connotation. They have fought rigorously to be who they are and to keep the family going and all of that. They lived a hard life and they passed the ball off to us, they passed the baton off to us, and it's time for us to really run and fly and really instill everything they taught us into life, into the world around us, not just to be a product of the man, not to just be under the man's thumb, but to be independent, to be free, and to be connected with thy divine energy, with thy divine self. Being alone is lonely, yes, but as you've experienced, as I've experienced, as many others have experienced, being alone, and for many currently experience, being alone is a lot more peaceful than entertaining stupid. And in that being alone, a lot of healers, a lot of really good hearted people have been bowing out of their games. And because of that, that's left themselves to pick on each other. The ones who've been dishing out all those problems and things, well, by all the healers, by everybody just folding their cards with a loving heart and saying, I'm done playing your game. Imagine 1,000 people doing this. I'm just saying small scale. I'm not saying anything in particular, but the type of effect that has on people's health. The people dishing out the bad are the people receiving that because that's what they're staying stuck in. They're fighting for the scraps at that table. When we found that divine table to go sit at, and it's a pretty big table, and there ain't too many people found that table yet. Or many people sitting at the table, and it's so big you don't even realize anybody else is sitting at the table. God's table pretty darn big. One thing I've learned on my journey is God's not going to ask the Divine Father and the Divine Mother and any divine being will not ask a loving person, a person with a loving, kind heart, innocent being. They will not send them into the battle, into the hard fray. And the reality of the reason why, because that's not their role. That's not who they are. That's not their aspect of being. You know what? There's a lot of bad out there in the world. Let stupid take itself out. Just step aside and let it sort itself out. A child who thought they knew better refused the healing touch of his mother's hand. So that child, well, I've had moments where I was put in a situation. Oh, you thought you knew? There you go. Didn't know so much, did you? Do you want to come back home? It's better at home, wasn't it? Come back home. Got some boundaries, got some things, let you know. But people think they got such a bright idea, then let them run ahead with it. Let them learn it's not a bright idea. You already learned the hard way. You know the one that'll listen to you. You know the one where your things are going to be valued. And you can always write down these golden nuggets in a journal as a memoir of some sort, compile it all, and create your own book. Your own book of wise sayings, of ideas. You know all those people who wouldn't listen to your loving advice and you knew it was going to work because you lived it, you done it, like you're like, bro, this is how it works out. And they would not listen to you. And then we feel like we're wasted, like, dang, man, like, nobody heard what I was saying, like, didn't get it. All that energy, all that time, they didn't get it. And that's where I went to writing my book. That's where I kept going back to fine-tuning my book more and more and more and more when I would run into those moments. And so I kept writing my book until I kind of worked all that stuff out from my end of things. And that's when my book got to the point where it is. It's finished, it's published, and all that good stuff. And that's what you can do for whatever your choice of expertise winds up becoming, your mastery winds up formulating into. That's your individuality. That's your uniqueness. That's back in my me growing up. It was like, and with stuff I learned, it was like like dad, mom, son. You're supposed to have a family trait that passed down to you, and then you could like always work this family trade, and like everybody wants you, they need you, like what you do. That's what it was about. It wasn't handing off a big fortune saying you could take you don't ever have to work a day again in your life, but it was teaching you something about to stand on your own 2 feet. And a lot of these today, we completely forgot about that. We forgot if we missed that. But those kind of days, those kind of moments, we can create them today. We can create them for people around us. And it's all about the changes we make today. Yo, Earth Angel, that's awesome. They're working on your garden patch. That's freaking cool. And Earth Angel said essentially stupid or fake, rather connect more with yourself and your higher I am's consciousness. And see, in doing that, there's other people resonating at that level too. There's other people doing exactly that. So when you yourself, when we are resonating in that energy by ourselves, we are truly connected with everybody else in the world that is doing that. We As much as we are looking at ourselves and going within, this is our true interconnectedness with each other. And it's truly about establishing that link, that regular meditation working, that regular Zen, that regular whatever it is you do to get your connection going. And for some people, they did all the groundwork already, and now it's just a little this, and like their days. That's what gets them like totally in that space. To each their own for where their progress is and what their heart guides them to do. Yes, such was the title of my book, Setchra. And if you want a free PDF, it's available on Amazon.com. It's available on Amazon.com. But if you want a free PDF copy, you can shoot me an email and let me know that you'd like a free copy, and I'll shoot your free copy over so you can check that out. Um, yeah. Thanks, Earth Angel. Thanks, Evie. Attached to nothing, connected to everything. Like, truly, like, it is about connection and not attachment. That is so, that is so huge. We get attached to something, and then if it's not in our life, we crash. It's like no good. We gotta really be able to stand on our own 2 feet. Bop, 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 bop. I don't know. I want to change things up. I want to change things up or some. I don't know. I got an hour or so. We're gonna make it another hour or so. Um, Thank you to the universe and thank you to everybody, because miracles are awesome, and the love of this community is extraordinary. I used to know somebody named your name. I used to know an individual. His name was Lance. Pretty cool. I don't know if that was his actual name or his nickname. I thought he was a kind individual, definitely in a rough situation. The best, it was mentioned earlier, being alone is, pretty darn lonely or whatnot. And that's why even in a moment of life, like that's why like two strangers just meeting and having a good chat, or really talking about some spiritual or in depth, like really conveying some heart to heart transfer on the sense of like a spiritual level of connectedness. That's why those moments are so important. That's why some random, seemingly random gift or seemingly random act of connection is so important, so valuable to us, or the one providing it, or maybe kind of looking, or after that moment, or maybe it doesn't seem real big to one individual, but to the other it's massive. And quite often those moments can be quite massive and inspirational for the individuals, because we know we're not alone. We know we've met a brother or a sister in this world. We know that we met somebody that has some type of similar heart wavelength that we do. They have some type of resemblance of the struggles and what it takes to go through those, to learn those lessons. I mean, people can look fancy. I tell you what, they can make looking fancy so shiny. When I started on my shamanic journey, the Bible itself was like, put on your rags. The scriptures themselves were like, don't go out looking like all that glam and fab and stuff. I forget the exact words in the scripture and where it is, and there's people probably quote that and recite it faster than me for sure. And then what do? We desire that. We desire that glam. We desire that shine. We desire to find to be part of the world, because that's the scene. That's where it's headed. That's what the crowd wants. But how many times do we read, man, the broad and spacious way? That is not the way to go. It's the narrow path. It's the narrow path. And on my path, I tell you what, as we're coming together today, as things are changing in the world and tapes, that narrow path. It's almost like we got some pretty darn good walkie-talkies able to communicate between each other with each other. Yes, chaotic, neutral shit show. Absolutely. The worst part of feeling alone is feeling that no one relates. But then I realized to expand where my connections are from with people who do, in fact, relate. Evie, thank you, yeah, yo, for real. On a technicality, it's 47 minutes, and then it's nap time for me. Okay, so, okay. Well, whatever. We feeling it. So, like Earth Angel, you made some comments and whatnot. I put in my emails. Definitely send me an email, like I mentioned before. But like one thing I've been seeking after for some time, and it's been forming, and I see it kind of coming together. I'm not trying to force anything into place. But one thing I so much want to do is like this doesn't just need to have me in it. Not cross screen, but to make this more, to create more, there's others that are involved to like be part of it. And I think that'd be pretty cool. Um, and I'm just kind of playing pretend here, okay? Not necessary. I'm just playing complete pretend here. But it would be cool to be able to have people on and, do a little, like, not interviews, but be able to chat with people, man. Because, if you're here in person with me, it's a different type of, not, you know what I'm saying? It's a different type of connection. And then we have this recording in the background, and then we're just chatting, having a one-on-one, but then everybody gets to hear all the information being spoken. And like that's why I wrote the book I wrote. That's why I like my life is what it is, and I ain't running from it. But at the same token, I ain't complaining about it in that room. But if it aids in being able to communicate things, well, shoot, I'm going to use that in that any moment that it needs to be used. But it would be cool to have people on to be able to chat and live and have that kind of thing going on. That would be a wonderful element to move to next. And is for as much as I can to embody every aspect of the dreams I have along the way. And who knows what the future is going to provide. We open doors in life through our unique actions and our unique expressions during our presence somewhere. We open doors for people in their minds of things that they could attain to, not to copy of us, but to realize, oh, look what they did with, I could do something like that too. And that kind of thing just, that's the ripple effect that goes out. That's the inspiration. So, Earth Angel, put stress or anxiety about anything and just allow things to unfold with lesser resistance because then it will unfold faster and clearer. I agree with the other things you put on there. Um, but like I just want to expound on the faster and clear, and you're absolutely right. Like I see the flow of water going, like the events coming for us to experience. And if we like jump out in front of it, then we like slow its roll and it lasts longer. The turmoil lasts longer in our life because we got in the way of its operation. And so by just allowing it to just happen, it's going to move out of our life a lot faster. Sure, we're going to feel what we feel. Yeah, somebody else got the win and blah, 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 blah. But truly, what game, what did they win? They didn't win a divine connection. That's not what they won. They won humans fight against each other. And what we can do and build is so much beyond fighting. Still, you want to check out the room? Maybe. Well, I set up some things a little differently. Most of it's kind of the same. How does it feel like your energy in there? So, when one learns about these kinds of things, essentially it's about creating a safe space where it's peaceful. And in that context, all those bad energies in the world stay out. What I fill my mind with is the energy I keep resonating, and what I see around me is family. You might think gods or Egyptian or things carved into the wall or this or that, but I see family. I see pictures of my family. are you quite attached to your things? I personally have a really hard time not sort of obsessing about certain material objects. Jojo Umbad. Hey, what's up, bro? Um, so on that level, that's why I am not. That's why I'm like, you go to like a school or something or somewhere, and they're like, don't touch this, don't touch that. Oh my gosh, don't break that. I'm like, shoot, let's play with it, let's have fun. Like, whatever the case, man, if it breaks, it breaks. Like, at least we enjoyed it while we had time to enjoy it. And so that kind of a in that kind of a sense is I do try to take care of things and make them last as long as I can, and then other things are just completely outside of my hands, and things are outside of my reach to maintain control on because of somebody else's I don't know, control of the situation, or however you want to call that one. um and those aspects, I can't control that, so I can just enjoy that I enjoyed interacting and having what I had for the moment. I mean, like, I have so many pieces that are broken and I still maintain them, I still keep them. Um, I still value them. And that's the thing about life. That's what all of these material possessions have to teach us, is that things don't last forever. Like, things deteriorate, they break down. We can make a new one, we can get another one. We earned it before, we can earn it again. Like, maybe it served a great purpose for us in our life, but on our future journey, we can't afford all that weight. So it's time to let go of those things. And for me, some of the most important things that I've had, that one way or another, I don't have anymore. I remember them the most, I see them the most. They're like my happy ghost. It's a memory forever imprinted in me. I don't need a picture to remember it. I don't need the object to remember that memory that brings to me. Man, that shit is in my mind 24/7. And if I want to, man, I just, boom, it's right there. And I don't have to feel sad that I don't have it. I don't have to look at it as a negative memory. I can see that I'm a living embodiment. The object I had was to remind me what I was capable of. When I truly mastered that object, I don't need it anymore because I'm on to something else. I need to learn something else. Okay, got that one down. Boom. You might be going to college for, I don't know how long semesters and all that stuff work, but you might be going to college for to be a master of something, and you're in your third year of 6 years. The way I've experienced the divine, the shamanic path, is what somebody may have termed as a 6 year course of doing all these extra things. Somehow you can put all that shit together really fast, and you can make that progress in a blast. You don't have to wait 6 years. You don't have to wait 3 years. Shit, you learned it in 6 months. Okay, done with that. Put it in your pocket. You don't need that tools and those things anymore. We got something else. Let's see if you can do this. Yep, you good at that. Okay, put that in your pocket. You could do that in the future. And a lot of times, in order for us to grab that new thing to learn, or that new aspect to become in that regard, ultimately, is that we needed a physical object in its place so that we could grow, so that we could resonate with as that energy. Again, bringing great significance that it is not about the object, as it is so much more about creating our world and allowing our world to be destroyed and transformed and breathed new life into it so we can create something new. You think about people who design clothes, they're always coming up with new designs and new designs and new designs. And in the very same type of fashion, pun enough on that one, and manner on the spirit. That's really what we're doing, is we're coming up with new designs, and the only way to do that is to stop following the old same old formula and pattern. And the way I did that with mine was, I said the buck stops here. My dad, like, he wasn't in the picture after I was 5, and he, like, that was done. And then my brother, when he got to a certain age, like 15, 16, like, he ripped the door off the hinges, and so, like, he was out the picture pretty quick. And there's some people that helped my mom, but, like, they gave up too. They were out the window. And I looked at my situation. I looked at what was happening to my mom, and I was like, dude, everybody shat out on my mom like they left. They left her fucking high and dry. And I was like, boom, I'll take care of you, mom. I'll take care of you to the end. And that's what I did. That's what I did. I didn't give up. I stuck around because no one else was going to help her out. So I put my life to the side. Like, we were Jehovah's Witnesses back then. But shit, I was like, Mom, you don't want to go to the fucking church or whatever? We're going to fucking burn in hell? Shit, let's go together. I'm with you. I'm not going no more either. Like, whatever it was. Like, if she wanted to go to the church, well, then okay, I'm going with you, Mom. That's what Mom wanted, and that's what I'm doing. Like, wherever you going, Mom, that's where I'm going to end up. So whatever your actions are, I don't give a heck. I don't care we going down or up. I'm going with you, Mom. That's all I knew. I didn't care about her religion. I didn't care about none of that. I cared about my mom more than all of that. But my mom valued that religion and so forth, and it helped her in her life and gave a great support network, and for her, for all that whatnot, for its time. Of course, everything has its flaws, and nothing's perfect. Which is why I continually tell you to follow your own heart, because somebody else, whoever it is, they might be a great friend, they might give great information, but at the end of the day, it's your heart that gets to decide your new start. It's your heart that gets to decide those actions. It's you who gets to live and make the decisions that you make. And other than that, really, it's just us coming together and hanging out and just resonating our vibes, resonating our presence, and allowing the connection of humans beyond their understanding of how that's happening. They've read the books, they've read the stories, they made the movies. It's time for them to experience that reality. And so I thank you for everything you've done. And to each one in your own life, in your own course, and just being here and hanging out. Thank you. Thank you. I was just looking back up on, and I was just seeing the compliments from doing a little room tour, and so I appreciate those. Let's see. I got another story. It's a short story. This one is Never Mind the Watermelons. Once there was a man who said he didn't believe in ghosts, didn't believe in haunts, didn't believe in haunted houses. Another man said he'd give him a whole wagon load of watermelons if he would spend the night in a certain old empty house down the road. The man said sure, he'd sleep there. So he picked up his matches and tobacco and set out. He went in the house and lighted his pipe. He sat down in a chair and started to read his paper. Pretty soon something sat down beside him and said, "Ain't nobody here but you and me." "Ain't gonna be nobody but you in a minute," said the man. So he jumped out the window and started to run. He ran pretty fast, overtook two rabbits going the same way. Pretty soon something caught up with him and said, "Well, you making pretty good speed." "Oh, I can run faster than this," said the man, and did. When he passed the man who gave him the dare, he said, "Never mind about them watermelons." This one is called The Tinker and the Ghost. On the wide plain not far from the city of Toledo, there once stood a great gray castle. For many years before this story begins, no one had dwelt there, because the castle was haunted. There was no living soul within its walls, and yet on almost every night in the year a thin, sad voice moaned and wept and wailed through the huge empty rooms, and on All Hallows Eve a ghostly light appeared in the chimney, a light that flared and died and flared again against the dark sky. Learned doctors and brave adventurers had tried to banish the ghost, and the next morning they had been found in the great hall of the castle, sitting lifeless before the empty fireplace. Now, one day in late October, there came to the little village that nestled around the castle walls a brave and jolly tinker whose name was Esteban. And while he sat in the marketplace mending the pots and pans, the good wives told him about the haunted castle. It was All Hallows Eve, they said, and if he would wait until nightfall, he could see the strange, ghostly light flare up from the chimney. He might, if he dared go near enough, hear the thin, sad voice echo through the silent rooms. "If I dare," Esteban repeated scornfully, "you must know, good wives, that I, Esteban, fear nothing, neither ghost nor human. I will gladly sleep in the castle tonight and keep this dismal spirit company." The good wives looked at him in amazement. Did Esteban know that if he succeeded in banishing the ghost, the owner of the castle would give him 1,000 gold reals? Esteban chuckled. If that was how matters stood, he would go to the castle at nightfall and do his best to get rid of the thing that haunted it. But he was a man who liked plenty to eat and drink and fire to keep him company. They must bring him to a load of a bundle of logs, a side of bacon, a flask of wine, and a dozen fresh eggs in a frying pan. This the good wives gladly did, and as the dusk fell, Esteban loaded these things on the donkey's back and set out for the castle. And you may be very sure that not one of the village people went very far along the way with him. It was a dark night with a chill wind blowing and a hint of rain in the air. Esteban unsaddled his donkey and set him to graze on the short grass of the deserted courtyard. Then he carried his food and his loads of wood into the great hall. It was dark as pitch there. Bats beat their soft wings in his face, and the air felt cold and musty. He lost no time in piling some of those logs in one corner of the huge stone fireplace and in lighting them. As the red and golden flames leaped up the chimney, Esteban rubbed his hands, and then he settled himself comfortably on the hearth. "That is the thing to keep off both cold and fear," he said. Carefully slicing some bacon, he laid it in the pan and set it over the flames. How good it smelled, and how cheerful the sound of its crisp sizzling! He had just lifted his flask to take a deep drink of the good wine when down the chimney there came a voice, a thin, sad voice. And oh me, it wailed, oh me, oh me. Esteban swallowed the wine and set the flask carefully down beside him. "Not a very cheerful greeting, my friend," he said, as he moved the bacon on the pan so that it should be equally brown in all its parts, "but bearable to a man who is used to the braying of his donkey." And "oh me," sobbed the voice, "oh me, oh me." Esteban lifted the bacon carefully from the hot fat and laid it on a bit of brown paper to the drain. Then he broke an egg into the frying pan. As he gently shook the pan so that the edges of his egg would be crisp and brown and the yolk soft, the voice came again, only this time it was shrill and frightened. "Look out below," it called. "I'm falling." "All right," answered Esteban, "only don't fall into the frying pan." With that there was a thump, and there on the hearth lay a man's leg. It was a good enough leg, and it was clothed in half of a pair of brown corduroy trousers. Esteban ate his egg, a piece of bacon, and drank again from the flask of wine. The wind howled around the castle, and the rain beat against the windows. Then, "Look out below," called the voice sharply. "I'm falling." There was a thump, and on the hearth there lay a second leg, just like the first. Esteban moved it away from the fire and piled on more logs. Then he warmed the fat in the frying pan and broke into a second egg. "And look out below," roared the voice, and now it was no longer thin but strong and lusty. "Look out below, I'm falling." "Fall away," Esteban answered cheerfully, "only don't spill my egg." There was a thump heavier than the first two, and on the hearth there lay a trunk. It was clothed in a blue shirt and a brown corduroy coat. Esteban was eating his third egg and the last of the cooked bacon when the voice called again, and down fell first one arm and then the door. "Now," thought Esteban, as he put the frying pan on the fire and began to cook more bacon, "now there is only the head. I confess that I am rather curious to see the head." And "Look out below!" thundered the voice. "I'm falling, falling!" And down the chimney there came tumbling a head. It was a good enough head, with thick black hair, a long black beard, and dark eyes that looked a little strained and anxious. Esteban's bacon was only half cooked. Nevertheless, he removed the pan from the fire and laid it on the hearth. And it is a good thing that he did, because before his eyes the parts of the body joined together, and a living man, or his ghost, stood before him. And that was a sight that might have startled Esteban into burning his fingers with the bacon fat. "Good evening," said Esteban. "Will you have an egg and a bit of bacon?" "No, I want no food," the ghost answered. "But I will tell you this, right here, right now. You are the only man out of all those who have come to the castle to stay here until I could get my body together again. The others died of sheer fright before I was half finished. That is because they did not have sense enough to bring food and fire with them." Esteban replied coolly, and he turned back to his frying pan. Wait a minute, pleaded the ghost. If you will help me a bit more, you will save my soul and get me into the kingdom of heaven. Out in the courtyard under a cypress tree there are buried 3 bags, one of copper coins, one of silver coins, and one of gold coins. I stole them from some thieves and brought them here to the castle to hide, but no sooner did I have them buried than the thieves overtook me, murdered me, and cut my body into pieces, but they did not find the coins. Now, you come with me and dig them up. Give the copper coins to the church, the silver coins to the poor, and keep the gold coins for yourself. And then I will have paid for my sins and can go to the kingdom of heaven. This suited Esteban, so he went out into the courtyard with the ghost. And you should have heard how the donkey brayed when he saw them. When they reached the cypress tree in a corner of the courtyard, dig, said the ghost. Dig yourself, answered Esteban. So the ghost dug, and after a time the 3 bags of money appeared. Now will you promise to do just as I asked you to do? Asked the ghost. Yes, I promise, Esteban answered. Then said the ghost, strip my garments from me. This Esteban did, and instantly the ghost disappeared, leaving his clothes lying there on the short grass of the courtyard. It went straight up to heaven and knocked on the gate. St. Peter opened it, and when the spirit explained that he had paid for his sins, gave him a cordial welcome. Esteban carried the coins into the great hall of the castle, fried and ate another egg, and then went peacefully to sleep before the fire. The next morning, when the village people came to carry away Esteban's body, they found him making an omelet out of the last of the fresh eggs. Are you alive? They gasped. I am, Esteban answered, and the food and the logs lasted through very nicely. Now I will go to the owner of the castle and collect my 1,000 gold reales. The ghost has gone for good and all. You will find his clothes lying out in the courtyard. And before their astonished eyes, he loaded the bags of coins on the donkey's back and departed. First, he collected the 1,000 gold reals from the grateful lord of the castle. Then he returned to Toledo, gave the copper coins to the cura of his church, and faithfully distributed the silver ones among the poor. And on the 1,000 reals and the golden coins, he lived in idleness and great contentment for many years. I'm checking the comments, TV. And that's a very good comment, Mike. Everybody has their own path to lead, and that's why I found it very important to not put things that I've went through or experienced in life on others. The best I can do is to share my stories. And by sharing my stories, hopefully you will gain the lessons. Many kind of leave that open ended for people to figure out. I do my best. I strive to explain, to fill in those blanks that maybe people might not put together. Some things are pretty cryptic in their understanding, but for those who've been on the curious journey of the spirit and following that, and as much as their heart guides, then that's where it really counts. That's where it's really at. And exactly for those that close their hearts, we can see those actions. We can see how actions and words and frustrations in people's lives, and that's respecting their ability to live their life and to figure out how they would like to engage life on a regular basis. It's not always our job or our duty to be that parent or that teacher, but more so just being that friend or being that neighbor or whatever it is like we may be able to do for somebody else, no matter how little or big or whatever the case. That's really what changes our environment because we start seeing like people help each other. And I've been in situations where I enter an environment and in the beginning it was completely beautiful and I'd be trying to figure stuff out and people were real happy to come help me and I'd be like, hey, can I get help with this? And like anybody would spare their time to come help me out. And then it seemed after like the community would be like that for a while, like I'd need help or something, and then like people are like giving like like not cool comments back that I'm looking for help on something, and I'm like, what happened in the community? But at this point in my life, it's not more so much a question. I get it. It transformed into something else. It got manipulated somewhere, and that's when I know it's not. I don't need to be there to fight for whatever it is. Like it's time for me to start like saying my goodbyes and appreciating what I learned and looking for the next place to that the spirit's guiding me to, because they see that whichever environment that it would be at that time, that it was no longer hospitable for me to speak frankly. It was no longer that. Changed. And so I continue to be where my soul wants to be, and my soul is going to resonate in peace. And in that peace, that's truly where I'm set free from everybody's opinions and everybody's, whether they're doing it on purpose or not, their manipulations, their aspects of control. I need this, so I did a favor for you. Well, hey, aren't you going to come help me? I helped you. Whoa, 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 whoa. When like none of that like matters. None of that matters on the journey. It's just about moving forward. Now, Batty made a comment, said these days I'm gonna take out the word everyone and put the word most. It's my own doing. My apologies. Sorry, not sorry. thinks that they're supposed to be spiritual and political and rich and pretty, and just no. Most people need to learn to be happy with what God gave them. Okay. Now here's how my own heart would translate that. I'm not correcting. I'm just what I would mention out of how I would see that is that the people who recognize what God gave them, they've learned to be happy. And those kind of people, I resonate with those people. Like, the people working to get there, they might be stuck in a current situation or whatever, but heck, man, in a good jam situation, we be doing our thing. Good times are flowing, respect is being maintained, boundaries are not being crossed, proper things, everything in good manner and measure. And everybody thinks a whole lot of things, but they don't seem to act on the thoughts of Creator. They certainly think and they act on a lot of selfish desires. So when I see an action that's doing nothing but benefiting people, oh, I'm so happy to see that. And the only way to truly see that through, in my own personal opinion, while there are good people and there are good groups doing good, wholesome things through and through, truly, if you want something done right, do it yourself. That's my mentality. That's my mentality. So getting out there and creating that positive influence, being that, what I see is it would be appropriate and to where nothing's like as much as I could to help, and it's all wonderful stuff. All each of us chasing our dreams. Jojo Umbat. Sometimes the behaviors are subtle though. Correct. That's why observation is so important. Because usually it's a build up to when things happen. It's usually a series of those subtle behaviors occurring. People hide, but if I'm not hanging out with anybody, and then I hang out with one individual, and then after us hanging out, how I'm feeling, I can be very distinctly aware of which feelings belong to me and how I'm happy, and I can look at that whole exchange, and I can know in my own afterwards, no arguing in the midst or anything like that, but I can evaluate that chat afterwards, and I can see how their heart attempted to express its truth, whether they were trying to hide the truth or whether they were trying to truly express their honest truth. And that's why being a scientist at heart, being a detective of the senses of what's going on around you is very important. And that means paying attention to your own situation of your own life, knowing that that's not the one you may be implementing some changes on, but certainly something you can learn very close to it, and you can start to see those kind of patterns. And when you see those patterns happen from somebody else, well, then you know what comes next, and now you already know what the kind of person is. Now you know. Maybe they can't tell you who they are, but shoot, you've seen that pattern of behavior before. Not going through that one before. Love ya. Take care. And it's that inner voice. It's no system, it's no app that's going to let you hear the voice of your own divine self, of God, of whatever higher being people may perceive to be out there. It's everybody's own individual connection, and to each their own upon their journey. If somebody didn't ask me directly for information, man, again, I'm just sharing my life. I'm just sharing my stories. I'm sharing what I've done with my life in my past, what got me to where I am today in my life, in my journey, in my course. And it's a system, it's not a system. It's just encouraging you to listen to your own heart before you listen to somebody else, before you are sold on somebody else's system. Discover your own system of communication. Could be unique from everything else. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this. Hey, that's what we found works for us best. That's an alchemist. Alchemists can do those kinds of things. And that's where I strive to more alchemists, to more philosophers in the world. And thank you very much for tuning in today. I've had a wonderful time. I'm gonna go get some sleep because I didn't sleep last night, but I had a great time. And so until we see you next time, which will be tomorrow Eastern 5 a.m. and Donna de Guay. Till we see you next time. Much love and many blessings.